Welcome to Ultimate Harry. This channel is about Harry Potter what if stories where things don't go the normal way. Magic is stronger and darker, and the wizarding world shows its hidden side. You have seen today's title. What if Harry Potter and Luna Lovegood shared a bond that changed the fate of magic? Quick note before we start. This video is self recorded and made following YouTube's latest rules. All stories here are originally written and created only for storytelling and entertainment. If you like dark timelines, powerful Harry, and ancient magic, subscribe and be part of Ultimate Harry. Now, let's begin.
Chapter 1 The First Unseen Thread. The scarlet steam engine belched white plumes into the gray September sky, its whistle cutting through the chatter of hundreds of students saying their goodbyes on platform 9 3/4. Harry Potter stood with his hand on his trunk, watching the Weasleys swarm around him like a second skin he'd grown accustomed to wearing. Molly Weasley fussed with Ron's collar, though Ron had long since stopped growing into clothes that required such attention. Fred and George were attempting to slip something into Ginny's cauldron when she wasn't looking, something that smoked faintly at the edges. Percy stood apart, pretending to read prefect duties from a pamphlet he'd memorized weeks ago. Harry smiled. It reached his eyes but didn't quite settle there. "Now, Harry dear," Molly said, turning to him with the particular warmth she reserved for children who'd never known their mothers, "you'll write if you need anything at all. Promise me." "I promise, Mrs. Weasley. And make sure Ron's actually doing his homework, not just copying yours." Ron groaned. "Mum." The whistle sounded again, more insistent this time, and the platform erupted into final embraces and hurried farewells. Harry climbed aboard, dragging his trunk behind him, letting the familiar rhythm of the train's boarding ritual carry him forward. Ron appeared at his side, still red-faced from his mother's parting instructions about woolen jumpers and the importance of proper nutrition. "Honestly," Ron muttered, "she acts like we're going to starve." Harry laughed, a real one this time, and together they pushed through the corridor, past compartments already filling with students and steam and the scent of pumpkin pasties. They found an empty compartment near the back, the kind that had just enough dust on the seats to suggest no one had claimed it yet. Ron dropped onto the bench with the heavy grace of someone who'd spent his summer doing very little. "Reckon Hermione's already in here somewhere, reading 10 books before the train even moves." "She said something about revising for OWLs," Harry said, settling by the window. "Revision. In September. On the train. While it's still moving." Ron shook his head with theatrical despair. "I'm sharing a dormitory with a madwoman." The compartment door slid open before Harry could respond, and Hermione Granger stood there, slightly out of breath, her hair bushier than the summer humidity had left it. Her arms were full of books, naturally, and she wore the expression of someone who'd been searching for them specifically. "There you are," she said, as if they'd been hiding. "I've been up and down the whole train. Didn't you hear me calling?" "We were having a perfectly peaceful time not hearing anything," Ron said. Hermione ignored him completely, which Harry had learned was her preferred method of dealing with Ron's nonsense. She levitated her trunk onto the luggage rack with a flick of her wand, settled into the corner seat, and immediately opened a book titled Advanced Rune Translation for the Overly Ambitious. The train lurched into motion. The platform slid past the window, Molly waving, George doing something with his fingers that made her swat at him, a flash of red hair and then nothing but countryside. Green fields blurred into woodland, and the last traces of London dissolved into the English countryside. For a while, they talked about nothing. Quidditch. The summer. Whether Snape would start the year by taking points from first years before they'd even found their seats. Normal things. Things Harry could talk about without his chest tightening. But his gaze kept drifting to the corridor. Not searching for anything specific. Just watching. The way people passed. The way shadows moved between compartments. The way the late afternoon light cut across the floor in shifting patterns. Harry. He blinked. Hermione was watching him over the top of her book. "Yeah, you haven't heard a word I've said, have you? Something about homework." Ron snorted. "When is it not?" Hermione closed her book with deliberate patience. "I asked if you'd had any more dreams. Over the summer." The compartment seemed to grow quieter, though the train's rhythm hadn't changed. Harry felt the familiar weight settle on his chest, the one that arrived whenever someone mentioned the dreams. The visions. The thing that connected him to a mind he'd rather never touch again. No, he said. Nothing. It was mostly true. There had been flashes, brief, fragmented things that slipped away when he woke, but nothing like before. Nothing that left him screaming or gripping his scar. Hermione studied him for a moment longer than comfortable, then nodded and returned to her book. Ron stretched out on the seat, boots hanging off the edge, and closed his eyes. The afternoon deepened. Harry watched the countryside roll past. Hills, farms, a cluster of sheep that scattered from the train's shadow. Normal things. Things that had nothing to do with Dark Lords or prophecies or the weight of a name he'd never asked to carry. And then, he felt it. Not heard. Felt. A pulse beneath his skin, like a second heartbeat waking somewhere deep in his chest. His scar didn't burn, not exactly, but something shifted. As if the air in the compartment had grown thicker without changing at all. Harry sat forward, hand rising instinctively to his forehead. Harry. Ron's eyes were open now, watching him. You all right? He didn't know how to finish that sentence. Fine. Just thought I felt, never mind. But it didn't stop. The sensation hummed, low and constant, like a note played just below the range of hearing. It wasn't pain. It wasn't the sick, invasive presence of Voldemort's mind forcing its way into his own. This was different. This felt almost familiar. Like something he'd forgotten suddenly remembered him. He stood, ignoring Ron's confused look, and slid open the compartment door. The corridor stretched before him, empty for the moment. Most students were settled into their compartments now, the initial excitement of departure fading into the long journey north. The windows along the corridor showed the same countryside, the same sky, the same fading light. Harry walked. He didn't know where he was going. His feet seemed to know something his mind didn't. The hum grew stronger with each step, pulling him forward like a thread he couldn't see but couldn't resist. Compartments passed. First years playing exploding snap. A group of Ravenclaws arguing about something in a book. 2 Hufflepuffs sharing a tin of biscuits. Normal things. The hum grew. He passed the trolley woman, who called out something about pumpkin pasties that he barely heard. Past the prefect's compartment, where Percy was holding forth to a captive, or trapped, audience about the importance of proper quill maintenance. And then he stopped. A compartment door stood slightly ajar near the end of the corridor. The kind of door that suggested someone hadn't closed it properly, or maybe didn't care whether it was closed at all. Harry pushed it open. The compartment was empty. No, not empty. There was a girl sitting by the window, but she was so still, so quiet, that Harry's first impression had been of absence rather than presence. She had long, dirty blonde hair that hung straight past her shoulders, and she wore robes that looked like they'd been chosen by someone who'd never quite understood why robes needed to match anything. Her feet were bare on the seat, shoes abandoned on the floor. Luna Lovegood looked up at him with eyes so pale they seemed to hold their own light. Oh, she said, as if she'd been expecting someone else but found the actual arrival equally interesting. Hello. Harry stood in the doorway, unsure why he'd come or what he was meant to say. The hum in his chest had stopped the moment he'd seen her. Not stopped, settled, like 2 notes that had been searching for each other finally finding harmony. He stopped. Started again. Have we met? Last year, Luna said. In the corridors. You didn't see me, though. People usually don't. There was no accusation in her voice. Just fact. The same way she might observe that the sky was gray or that the train ran on tracks. Harry stepped inside, letting the door slide shut behind him. I'm Harry. I know. She tilted her head, studying him with that strange, unfocused gaze that somehow saw more than most people's focused ones. You're much louder than I expected. Louder. Magically. She said it the way someone else might say, taller, or older. Most people are quiet, like background noise. But you're. She paused, searching for the right word. Resonant. Like a bell that never stops ringing. Harry didn't know what to say to that. No one had ever described him as resonant before. Loud, yes. Occasionally a nuisance. Never resonant. Sit down, Luna offered, gesturing to the seat across from her. You came all this way. You might as well stay. He sat. The compartment felt different from the one he'd left, calmer, somehow. Quieter, though the train made the same sounds and the corridor held the same distant chatter. The air here seemed to breathe differently. Why did I come? Harry asked, more to himself than to her. You heard it, Luna said. She was drawing something in the corner of a magazine, strange symbols that looped and curled in ways that felt older than they looked. The thread. The what? She looked up, and for a moment her eyes lost their dreamy quality and became something sharper. More focused. There are threads between people. Most can't see them or feel them. They're too busy with other things, homework, Quidditch, worrying about what other people think. She said this without judgment, simply listing observations. But some threads are stronger than others. And some people can feel them even when they can't see them. Harry thought of the hum. The pull. The way his feet had moved without his mind telling them to. You felt it too. Luna nodded. It woke me up. I was napping. She gestured to the abandoned shoes on the floor. I always take my shoes off when I nap. It helps me hear better. Hear what? Everything. She smiled, and it transformed her face from strange to beautiful in a way that had nothing to do with ordinary standards. The train, the tracks, the magic in the air. And you. She tilted her head again, that studying gaze back. You're very loud, Harry Potter. But I think you already knew that. He didn't. He knew his name was loud, shouted in corridors, whispered in pubs, printed in newspapers. But the thing she was describing, the magic of him, the resonance, that was new. That was terrifying and wonderful, and he didn't know what to do with it. What does it mean? He asked. Luna considered this with the seriousness of someone weighing a complex philosophical question. I don't know yet, but it's important. Things that feel like this always are. How do you know what it feels like? Because I've felt it before. She returned to her drawing, adding a series of dots around the symbols. Not exactly the same, but similar. When I think about my mom. When I remember things that happened before she paused, but her hand kept moving. It's like a thread that never breaks, even when you can't see the other end anymore. Harry's chest tightened. He knew that feeling. The ghost of his parents' voices in photographs. The way his mother's eyes looked out at him from the mirror of her eyes. The thread that connected him to people he'd never truly known. I'm sorry, he said. Luna looked up, and for a moment her eyes were wet. But she smiled again, that strange, beautiful smile, and the wetness didn't fall. Why? You didn't take her. No, I know what you meant. She set down her drawing. It's kind of you. Most people don't say sorry. They just get uncomfortable and leave. Harry didn't leave. He stayed in the seat across from her, watching the countryside blur past the window, feeling the strange hum in his chest that had quieted but not disappeared. It was there now, a constant undercurrent. Not uncomfortable, not invasive, just present. Like background music he'd never noticed before but couldn't imagine living without. They sat in silence for a while. It wasn't the uncomfortable silence of strangers or the easy silence of old friends. It was something else, something that felt like two instruments learning to play together without sheet music. The Nargles are quiet today, Luna observed. Nargles. They usually get noisy around people who don't believe in them. But they're not bothering at all. She smiled at him. You must be very believing without knowing it. Harry wasn't sure what a Nargle was, or whether he believed in them, but he found himself smiling back. Maybe I am. The train rattled on. The light shifted from afternoon to early evening. Somewhere, a trolley passed with its clinking sweets. Normal sounds. Normal world. But nothing felt normal. When Harry finally stood to leave, Ron would be wondering where he'd gone, and Hermione would have theories about his disappearance. Luna looked up from her magazine. The thread will grow stronger, she said. They always do when you don't ignore them. How do you know? She tapped her chest, just above her heart. Because I can feel it too. And it's not done with us yet. Harry walked back through the corridor, past the compartments filled with students and laughter and ordinary conversations. The hum was still there, but quieter now. Settled. Like a secret he carried that no one else could perceive. When he slid back into his compartment, Ron sat up immediately. Where've you been? Hermione was about to send a search party. I was just. Harry stopped. How could he explain something he didn't understand himself? Walking. Clearing my head. Hermione looked at him over her book with that too perceptive gaze of hers. You look different. Do I? More. She frowned, searching for the word. Present. Like you were somewhere else before and now you're actually here. Harry didn't answer. He sat by the window, watching the darkening sky, feeling the thread that connected him to a girl he'd barely spoken to but somehow already knew. The hum was still there. And for the first time in a long time, it didn't feel like a burden. It felt like belonging. The great hall blazed with candlelight when they finally arrived. The Sorting Hat sang its song, longer than usual this year, Harry noted, with warnings about unity and the dangers of turning inward. Students clapped politely, first years were sorted with the usual mix of terror and delight, and Dumbledore stood to give his annual speech about forbidden corridors and the importance of not dying before exams. Harry ate without tasting. His eyes kept drifting to the Ravenclaw table, searching for pale blonde hair and bare feet that were now, presumably, shod. "There you are," Hermione said, following his gaze. "You've been distracted all evening. What happened on the train?" "Nothing, Harry. Nothing happened, Hermione. I just met someone. Talked for a bit." Ron looked up from his chicken leg. "Met who?" "Luna Lovegood." Ron's expression shifted through several stages: recognition, confusion, and finally the particular grimace he reserved for things he considered odd. "Loony Lovegood. The one whose dad publishes that conspiracy magazine." "She's not." Harry stopped. Defending her felt instinctive, though he couldn't say why. "She's interesting." "Interesting," Ron repeated, as if Harry had said, "contagious." "She believes in crumplehorn snarkax and talks about nargles like they're common as flobberworms. Last year she told me my aura was being attacked by gulping plimpies." "Maybe it was." Ron stared at him. Hermione stared at him. Harry stared at his plate, wondering why he felt so fiercely protective of someone he'd known for less than an hour. Across the hall, as if sensing his attention, Luna looked up from her dinner. Their eyes met across the sea of floating candles and chattering students. She smiled, that strange, knowing smile, and touched her chest, just above her heart. Harry felt the hum respond. He touched his own chest, mirroring the gesture without thinking. And somewhere in the space between them, something ancient stirred and woke. That night, in the darkness of the Gryffindor boys' dormitory, Harry lay awake listening to Ron's snores and the distant hoot of an owl. The hum hadn't faded. If anything, it had grown stronger, a constant presence beneath his skin that felt less like invasion and more like extension. As if part of him now lived somewhere outside his body. He thought about Luna's words. The thread. The way she'd known he was coming before he'd opened the door. The way her presence had calmed something he hadn't known was restless. What did it mean? He didn't have answers. But as sleep finally pulled him under, he dreamed of silver threads stretching across dark skies, connecting stars that had never known they were tied together until someone, showed them the pattern. And in the dream, Luna stood beside him, watching the threads weave themselves into shapes neither of them could yet understand. "Beautiful, isn't it?" she said. Harry nodded. And the threads pulsed with light, responding to their joined attention, weaving patterns that would take years to fully reveal themselves. But the first thread, the unseen one, had already been spun. And magic itself had taken notice. Chapter 2 Whispers in the Air. The first week of term passed in the usual blur of timetables, new textbooks, and the particular exhaustion that came from sharing a castle with nearly 1,000 other students all trying to find their way to the right classrooms. Harry moved through it like someone walking through water, present, participating, but always aware of something beneath the surface that no one else seemed to notice. The hum had not faded. It lived with him now, a constant undercurrent beneath every conversation, every meal, every restless night in the four-poster bed that had once felt like the safest place in the world. Not loud enough to distract. Not quiet enough to forget. Just there, like a second heartbeat keeping time with his own. Ron hadn't noticed. Hermione had, because Hermione noticed everything, but she'd attributed it to pre-owl stress and the general weight of being Harry Potter. She'd suggested meditation. Harry had nodded along and changed the subject. The truth was simpler and stranger. He was listening. For what, he didn't know. But since the train, since Luna, since the thread had woven itself between them, Harry found himself paying attention to things he'd previously ignored. The way torchlight flickered when no breeze passed. The way shadows seemed to breathe in empty corridors. The way certain places in the castle felt heavier than others, as if the stone itself remembered things too old for words. Today, defense against the dark arts had been cancelled. Professor Umbridge had sent word that she was reviewing curriculum materials in her office, and Harry found himself with an unexpected free period while Ron and Hermione attended arithmancy. He could have gone to the library. Could have caught up on homework in the common room. Could have done any number of sensible things that Hermione would have approved of. Instead, his feet carried him toward the North Tower. He didn't question it anymore. The thread pulled, and he followed. It was as simple and as complicated as that. The corridor outside the Ravenclaw common room was quieter than the rest of the castle, not empty, but somehow more peaceful. Students passed with the particular quiet of those who spent their days thinking rather than shouting. A bronze knocker in the shape of an eagle guarded the door, but Harry wasn't here to enter. He was here to wait. 10 minutes passed. 15. He leaned against the stone wall, watching dust motes dance in the thin autumn light, feeling the hum settle into something almost like contentment. Then the door opened, and Luna stepped out. She didn't look surprised to see him. Luna never looked surprised by anything, as if she'd already considered every possible outcome of every possible moment and found them all equally interesting. "Hello, Harry," she said. "The Raxperts are very light today. You must be thinking clearly. Raxperts, they make your brain go fuzzy. Invisible. Usually they're thick around this time of morning, but you've scared them off." She smiled. "Thank you." Harry pushed off from the wall, falling into step beside her as she walked. He didn't ask where they were going. It didn't seem to matter. "I've been feeling something," he said. "Since the train. Since he gestured vaguely, unable to find words for something he didn't understand. "Met," Luna supplied. "Recognized. Remembered from before we were born." She said it with the same casual certainty someone else might use to discuss the weather. "Threads don't start when people meet. They start much earlier. We just don't notice them until they pull tight enough." They walked through a corridor Harry didn't recognize, though he'd lived in the castle for 5 years. The windows here were narrower, set deeper into the stone, and the light that filtered through had a greenish tint like light through deep water. "Where are we going?" "Somewhere quiet. The voices are loud today." "Voices?" Luna paused, considering the question with her head tilted in that bird-like way of hers. "The castle speaks. Most people don't hear it because they're too busy talking themselves. But today it's saying something important. I thought you should hear it too." Harry didn't ask how she knew he could hear anything. He simply followed, letting the thread guide them both. They climbed stairs that moved when they weren't looking, past doorways that appeared and disappeared depending on which way the light fell, and eventually emerged onto a landing Harry had never seen before. It was circular, lined with windows that looked out over the forbidden forest, and completely empty except for a single stone bench carved with symbols that seemed to shift when he tried to focus on them. "This is the Whispering Gallery," Luna said, settling onto the bench with her usual grace. "Not many people find it. You have to be listening for the right things." Harry sat beside her. The stone was cold even through his robes, but the hum in his chest warmed against it, responding to something in the ancient rock. "What are we listening for?" Luna closed her eyes. "Everything. Nothing. The spaces between." Harry hesitated, then closed his own eyes. At first, there was nothing. The ordinary sounds of the castle, distant footsteps, the whisper of robes, the ever-present creak of ancient stone settling, filled his ears. Below them, someone laughed. Above them, a door opened and closed. Normal things. But then, beneath the normal sounds, something else stirred. It wasn't quite sound. It was more like pressure against his skin, against his mind, against the part of him that had always known magic before he'd known words for it. The hum in his chest resonated, and suddenly he could feel the castle around him in ways he'd never experienced. The stones remembered. They remembered being quarried from Welsh mountains, remembered the hands that had shaped them, remembered the centuries of students who had walked these corridors. They remembered wars and celebrations and quiet moments of grief that no historian would ever record. They remembered magic, so much magic, pouring through them year after year until the stones themselves had become something more than stone. "Can you hear it?" Luna's voice came from very far away and very close at once. Harry didn't open his eyes. "I think so. It's like the castle is breathing." "It is. Everything magic breathes, if you know how to listen." The whispers grew clearer. Not words, exactly, more like impressions. Feelings. Memories that weren't his own pressing against his consciousness like ghosts trying to remember what it felt like to be alive. A girl crying in this very spot 400 years ago, her heart broken by someone whose name the stones had forgotten but whose sorrow they still held. Two brothers laughing as they discovered a secret passage behind a tapestry that no longer existed. A teacher standing here at dawn, watching the forest, waiting for news from a war that would claim everyone he loved. And beneath it all, something older. Something that had been here before the castle, before the founders, before human magic had touched this land at all. The hill itself remembered. The earth beneath the stone remembered. And it was waiting. Harry's eyes flew open. Luna was watching him with those pale, knowing eyes. You felt it too. What was that? His voice came out rougher than expected. That thing underneath everything. It felt enormous. Ancient. The deep magic. Luna said it simply, as if discussing something as ordinary as the weather. It's always here. Most people never notice because they're not listening for it. But you and I, she touched her chest, where Harry now understood she felt her own version of the hum. We can't help but notice. The thread connects us to it. Why? I don't know yet, but I think we're meant to find out. They sat in silence for a while, the whispers continuing their ancient conversation around them. Harry felt raw, exposed, as if something had peeled back layers of himself he hadn't known existed and shown him a world he'd always lived in but never truly seen. The voices, he said eventually. The ones you mentioned earlier. Are they always like this? Sometimes louder. Sometimes softer. Today they're excited about something. Luna tilted her head, listening to frequencies Harry couldn't reach. Something's changing. The magic in the castle is shifting. It's been still for a long time, centuries, maybe, and now it's waking up. Is that because of us? Luna considered this with the same gravity she might give to a particularly interesting specimen of fungus. Partly. But mostly because it's time. Magic has cycles, like everything else. Seasons. Tides. The thread between us is part of the cycle, not the cause of it. Harry wanted to ask more, wanted to understand this world he'd apparently been blind to his whole life, but movement at the edge of his vision caught his attention. Through the window, far below on the grounds, a figure in pink moved across the lawn toward the forest. Umbridge. Even from this distance, Harry could feel the wrongness of her. Not the way he felt Voldemort, that was something else entirely, a sickness in the magic, but a different kind of wrong. A grinding against the grain of the castle itself. She doesn't belong here, Luna said, following his gaze. The stones don't like her. They don't. Listen. Harry closed his eyes again, reaching for the whispers. This time they came easier, as if the thread between him and Luna had opened a door that hadn't existed before. The stones grated when Umbridge passed. Where other footsteps left warmth, hers left cold. Where other presences added to the castle's ancient song, hers introduced discord, a note that didn't belong, a rhythm that fought against the natural pulse of the magic. She's hurting it, Harry breathed. The castle. She's actually hurting it. Not on purpose. She can't feel what she's doing. That's what makes it worse. Luna's voice held no anger, only observation. The ones who can't hear can't know when they're causing pain. Harry opened his eyes, watching the pink figure disappear into the shadow of the forest. What do we do? For now, listen, learn. The thread will show us when it's time to act. It should have felt like a non-answer. Instead, it felt like the most honest thing anyone had ever told him. They met in the Whispering Gallery every day after that. Harry stopped questioning the impulse that led him there. Ron thought he was using the free periods to catch up on sleep. Hermione suspected something but hadn't pushed, yet. And Harry found himself counting the hours until he could sit on that cold stone bench and let the whispers fill him. Luna was always there first, bare feet tucked beneath her robes, eyes half closed as she listened to conversations that spanned centuries. She never asked why he came. She simply accepted his presence the way she accepted everything, as part of the natural order of things. Each day, the whispers grew clearer. Harry learned to distinguish between different voices in the castle's ancient chorus. The Gryffindor Tower sang with bold, brassy notes, courage and impulsiveness and the particular warmth of fireside conversations. The dungeons hummed with deeper tones, ambition and secrets and the cool patience of stone that rarely saw sunlight. The library whispered in parchment-dry voices, centuries of knowledge pressing against the shelves like impatient ghosts. And everywhere, underneath everything, the deep magic breathed. Waiting, watching, growing stronger as the thread between Harry and Luna tightened. What is it? Harry asked one afternoon, when the whispers had been particularly loud. The deep magic. What does it want? Luna opened her eyes. For a moment, they weren't dreamy at all. They were ancient, knowing, filled with something that made Harry's breath catch. It wants balance, she said. The magic in this world has been tipping for a long time. Too much darkness. Too much fear. Too much forgetting of the old ways. She reached out and touched his hand, briefly, lightly, but the contact sent a shock through Harry's entire body. You and I are part of the tipping back. How? I don't know yet, but we will. The days passed. September bled into October. The castle grew colder, the whispers grew louder, and Harry felt himself changing in ways he couldn't name. He could see things now, faint traces of light that lingered. Where students passed, silver threads that connected people who cared about each other, dark smudges that marked places where violence or grief had occurred. Thestrals had always been visible to him, but now he understood why. Death left marks, and those marks were part of the same fabric the whispers lived in. Luna saw them too. They compared observations like naturalists cataloging new species. The Hufflepuff common room glows golden, she reported one day. Very warm. Very kind. But there are darker patches too, places where students have been hurt by unkind words. The Quidditch pitch is chaotic, Harry said. All those emotions crashing together. Excitement and fear and triumph and disappointment. The grass remembers every match. The hospital wing is sad. Not because of the pain, that fades. But because of the waiting. The not knowing, that lingers. Harry thought about this. My scar. When he's feeling something strongly, it burns. Is that the same kind of thing? Luna considered. Similar, but different. That's a thread too, a dark one. He made it when he tried to kill you. It connects you whether you want it or not. She tilted her head. But our thread is stronger. It was always meant to be. How do you know? Because it doesn't hurt. Dark threads always hurt. Light threads warm. Harry thought about the hum in his chest, the way it settled rather than burned, the way Luna's presence calmed rather than agitated. She was right. It didn't hurt. It had never hurt, not once. The prophecy, he said slowly. The one in the Department of Mysteries. It said something about me and him. About one of us killing the other. Luna nodded. Prophecies are tricky. They show possibilities, not certainties. But I think, she paused, searching for words. I think that prophecy was made before the thread between us started pulling. Before the deep magic began waking. It might not be the only possibility anymore. Harry's heart hammered. For 5 years, he'd carried the weight of that prophecy like a death sentence. The idea that it might not be absolute, that other possibilities existed, felt like light breaking through clouds. You really believe that? I believe that magic is more complicated than most people think. And I believe that threads can change destinies. She smiled at him, and the smile held none of the usual dreaminess. We're already changing things, Harry. Can't you feel it? He could. Every time they sat together in the Whispering Gallery, the whispers grew stronger. Every time they touched, accidental brushes of hands, shoulders bumping as they walked, the hum in his chest deepened. Something was building. Something that felt like a storm gathering on the horizon, except the storm wasn't dark. It was light. It was possibility. It was hope. We need to be careful, he said, though caution felt foreign in this space. If Voldemort finds out about this, about us, he can't see what he doesn't believe in. Luna said it simply. He doesn't believe in threads or whispers or the deep magic. He only believes in power he can control. This, she gestured at the space between them. This is beyond him. It always has been. Harry wanted to believe her. He did believe her, in the part of himself that had always known magic was more than spells and wands and ministry regulations. But the other part, the part that had survived a childhood with the Dursleys, that had watched Cedric die, that carried Voldemort's curse in his blood, that part couldn't stop waiting for the other shoe to drop. As if sensing his doubt, Luna reached out and took his hand. The effect was immediate and overwhelming. The whispers roared to life, flooding his consciousness with images and emotions, and knowing that stretched back to the beginning of magic itself. He saw the founders building the castle, pouring their hopes into every stone. He saw generations of students laughing and crying and falling in love and growing old. He saw wars, so many wars, and the way magic had bent but never broken under the weight of human cruelty. And beneath it all, he saw the thread. Silver and gold and colors that had no names, stretching from his chest to Luna's, connecting them to each other and to the deep magic and to something vast and waiting that existed beyond time entirely. Then it faded, and they were just two teenagers sitting on a cold stone bench, hands clasped, breathing hard. "Did you see?" Luna whispered. "The thread. I saw the thread. It's beautiful." Her eyes were wet again, but she was smiling. "I've always known it was there, but I've never seen it. Not like that. It showed me things. The founders. The wars. He stopped, unable to find words for the vastness he'd glimpsed. "It showed you the truth." Luna squeezed his hand, then released it. "That's what the thread does. It reveals. And now that you've seen, you won't be able to unsee." Harry looked down at his hands. They looked the same as they always had, scarred from years of accidental magic and deliberate danger. But they felt different. They felt like they belonged to someone who'd glimpsed the infinite and survived. "What happens now?" "Now we keep listening, keep learning. The thread will guide us when it's time." Luna stood, brushing off her robes. "But we should go. Dinner soon, and the Raxperts are gathering. Someone's about to say something important." Harry followed her out of the gallery, down the shifting stairs, through corridors that felt more familiar now that he understood they were alive. The whispers followed them, quieter now but still present, a background chorus to their ordinary lives. In the great hall, Ron waved them over to the Gryffindor table. "There you are. Where've you been?" Hermione's been doing that thing where she pretends not to worry but actually worries constantly. "I was with Luna," Harry said, sliding onto the bench. Ron's expression flickered, that same mix of confusion and discomfort he always wore when Luna's name came up, but he didn't comment. Instead, he launched into a detailed account of Fred and George's latest attempt to revolutionize the fireworks industry. Harry ate and nodded and laughed in the right places, but his attention was elsewhere. It was on the thread that hummed in his chest, on the whispers that never quite stopped, on the girl at the Ravenclaw table who caught his eye across the hall and smiled. And in that moment, surrounded by noise and light and the ordinary chaos of Hogwarts, Harry understood something he'd never understood before. He wasn't alone. He'd known that intellectually, had friends who'd die for him, had a family in all but blood, had people who cared. But this was different. This was knowing that somewhere in the world, someone existed who could see what he saw, hear what he heard, feel what he felt. The thread between them wasn't just connection. It was proof. Proof that magic was bigger than Voldemort. Proof that destiny could bend. Proof that even someone marked by darkness could find light in unexpected places. That night, as he lay in bed listening to Ron's snores and the distant whispers of the castle, Harry touched his chest where the hum lived. It pulsed back, warm and steady. And somewhere in Ravenclaw Tower, he knew Luna was doing the same. The whispers in the air had found their listeners. And nothing would ever be the same. Chapter 3 The Ravenclaw Insight. October settled over Hogwarts like a well-worn cloak, bringing with it the particular chill that warned of approaching winter and the first whispers of upcoming exams. Harry moved through these days with a strange dual awareness, half of him attending classes, eating meals, laughing at Ron's jokes, while the other half remained perpetually tuned to the whispers that had become as natural as breathing. The thread between him and Luna had grown stronger with each meeting in the Whispering Gallery. Stronger and stranger. Harry no longer needed to seek her out consciously, he simply knew where she was, the way he knew when Ron was about to say something stupid or when Hermione was building toward a lecture. It wasn't location exactly, more like a warmth in his chest that pointed toward her presence, a compass that never pointed wrong. Today, that warmth pulled him toward the library. Not his usual destination. The library meant Madame Pance's hawk-like surveillance and the particular smell of ancient parchment and polishing solutions. But the thread was insistent, and Harry had learned not to question its guidance. He found Luna in a corner of the restricted section that shouldn't have been accessible to students without signed permission slips. She sat cross-legged on the floor, surrounded by towers of books that looked older than Hogwarts itself, her wand held loosely in one hand while the other traced symbols in the air that glowed faintly before fading. "You came," she said without looking up. "The books said you would. The books told you I was coming." Luna lifted her gaze, and Harry was struck again by the strangeness of her eyes, pale and depthless, like windows into somewhere else entirely. Not in words, but they have a feeling about certain days. Today feels like a day for sharing. Harry settled onto the floor across from her, careful not to disturb the precarious towers of ancient texts. What are you looking for? Confirmation. She pulled a massive volume toward her, its pages crackling with the particular brittleness of extreme age. I've been following something since the train. Since the thread first pulled. There are hints in old texts, references to bonds that transcend ordinary magic. But most scholars dismissed them as myth. And you don't. Myth is just truth that people stopped believing in. She opened the book to a page marked with what appeared to be a dried Gertie root. Look. Harry leaned forward, studying the yellowed page. The writing was cramped and old-fashioned, the ink faded to brown, but the illustrations were clear enough. Two figures standing back to back, lines of light connecting them to each other and to symbols Harry didn't recognize. What is it? Soul-bound magic. Luna's voice held none of her usual dreaminess. The oldest kind. Older than wands, older than the founders, older than most civilizations remember. Before humans learned to channel magic through tools, they channeled it through each other. Harry traced the illustration with his finger. The lines of light seemed to pulse faintly, as if the ancient artist had somehow captured something living in the ink. Two people, sometimes more, but the strongest bonds are between two. Twin flames, some cultures called them. Mirror souls. The part of yourself that exists in another person. Luna looked up, and her eyes held something Harry had never seen there before, vulnerability. I think that's us. The words hung in the dusty air of the restricted section, heavy with implication. I don't understand, Harry said honestly. I've known you for, what? A month. How can we be, whatever you said, if we've barely spent any time together? Time doesn't matter for this kind of bond. Some people spend their whole lives together and never connect on this level. Others meet once and recognize each other instantly. She touched her chest, where Harry knew her version of the hum resided. You felt it on the train. Before we even spoke. The thread pulled you to me. Harry couldn't deny it. He'd felt something that day, something that had driven him through the corridors without conscious thought, something that had settled the moment he'd seen her. What does it mean? For us, I mean. For what we're supposed to do. Luna closed the ancient book and reached for another, smaller volume bound in what looked like dragon hide. That's what I've been trying to understand. The texts are fragmentary, deliberately so, I think. Whoever wrote them wanted the knowledge to survive but didn't want it easily accessed. She opened the dragon hide book to a page marked with more dried plants. This illustration showed something different, a tree with two roots intertwined beneath the surface, growing from the same source though their branches reached in different directions. The bonded pair, Luna read softly, shall serve as anchors for magic itself. Through their union, the old ways return. Through their separation, the old ways fade. They are not the source, never the source, but the channel through which source may flow. Harry read the words twice, letting them settle into his understanding. Anchors. Like we hold something in place. More like we allow something to move through us. The deep magic, the one we've been hearing in the whispers, it needs conduits. Ways to reach the world. For centuries, it's had almost none. Most magic users are too focused on their own power to serve as channels for anything larger. But we're different. Luna nodded slowly. I think the thread between us creates a path. She paused, searching for an analogy. Like lightning needs a rod to reach the ground. We're the rod. The deep magic is the lightning. Harry thought about the whispers, about the way they'd grown stronger every time he and Luna sat together. About the visions he'd had when they touched. About the vast, ancient presence that breathed beneath the castle's foundations. Is that why we can hear the whispers? Because we're, conducting something? Partially. But I think it's more than that. Luna turned pages carefully, revealing more illustrations, some beautiful, some disturbing. One showed two figures surrounded by darkness, their joined hands the only source of light. Another showed them standing before what looked like a veil, figures reaching toward them from the other side. The texts mentioned two kinds of bonded pairs, Luna continued. Those who amplify existing magic and those who transform it. I think we're the second kind. Transform how? That's what I haven't found yet. Frustration flickered across her usually serene features. The knowledge is here, I can feel it, the way you feel the thread, but it's hidden. Warded. Someone didn't want this information easily found. Harry studied the illustrations, letting his gaze drift across the ancient ink. Something about the second image, the one with the veil, kept pulling his attention. The figures reaching from the other side seemed familiar somehow, though he couldn't say why. "These people," he said, tapping the page. "Who are they?" Luna leaned closer, her shoulder brushing his. The contact sent warmth through the thread, and for a moment the illustration seemed to move, the figures reaching, straining, desperate to cross whatever boundary separated them. "The dead," Luna whispered. "I think those are the dead." Harry's scar prickled. Not the burning of Voldemort's presence, but something else, something colder, more ancient. The part of him that had died with his parents and come back wrong, the part that could see thestrals and hear whispers in castle walls. "I've been close to death," he said slowly. "More than once. When the Dementors are near, I can hear them, my parents screaming." Luna nodded as if this confirmed something. The veil between life and death is thinner for some people. For those who've touched it and returned. For those marked by it. She touched his scar, feather light, and Harry felt the thread pulse like a second heartbeat. "You're marked by death, Harry. It's part of you now. And I think that's why the thread chose us, why it had to be us. Because I'm connected to death and you're connected to what? Mystery." She smiled, and for a moment she looked almost sad. "The unknown. The things most people refuse to see. I've always been able to perceive what others can't. Nargles, Raxperts, the whispers in the walls. Most people think I'm mad. But I'm not mad, Harry. I'm just not blind." Harry thought about all the times he'd heard people whisper, "Loony," behind her back. About the way Ron had reacted when he'd mentioned her. About the cruelty of children who couldn't understand what they couldn't see. "I never thought you were mad," he said. "I know." Her smile warmed. "That's part of why the thread chose you. You see what others don't, too, you just don't have words for it yet." They sat in silence for a while, surrounded by ancient texts and the particular quiet of the restricted section. Somewhere in the main library, Madame Pants was shushing someone. Ordinary sounds. Ordinary world. But nothing about this moment felt ordinary. "There's more," Luna said eventually. "About the bond. About what it means for magic." She pulled another book toward her, this one so old the pages seemed ready to crumble at a touch. This text mentions something called the Silver Prophecy. It's not about Voldemort or the one in the Department of Mysteries. It's older. Much older. Silver Prophecy. It speaks of two souls who will come when magic is out of balance. One marked by death, one marked by vision. Together, they will see what others cannot and do what others will not. She read from the crumbling pages. "When the dark rises and the light falters, the bonded pair shall stand between. Not as warriors, not as saviors, but as anchors. Through them, magic remembers itself." Harry felt the words settle into his bones, heavy with implication. "So we're not supposed to fight Voldemort. We're supposed to, what, remind magic of something. I don't think it's about fighting at all. I think it's about being." Luna closed the book carefully, reverently. The deep magic doesn't need soldiers. It needs witnesses. People who can perceive what's really happening and hold the truth steady while others find their way back to it. "That sounds like you," Harry said. "The perceiving part. You've always seen things differently. And you hold things steady. You're the most constant person I've ever met, Harry. Even when everything falls apart, you keep standing. Keep fighting. Keep being exactly who you are." She touched his hand, and the thread blazed with warmth. "That's why we're two halves of the same whole. I see, you hold. Together, we anchor." Harry looked down at their hands, her pale fingers resting on his scarred ones, and felt something shift in his understanding of himself. He'd always thought his purpose was to fight, to destroy, to end Voldemort whatever the cost. But what if that wasn't the point? What if the point was something simpler and harder? To simply be present, to witness, to hold space for magic to remember itself. "What do we do now?" he asked. "We keep learning. Keep listening. The texts are here, all of them, if we know where to look." Luna gestured at the towers of books surrounding them. "Most of this hasn't been read in centuries. The knowledge is waiting for us. But classes will still be there tomorrow. The deep magic won't wait forever." She met his eyes, and for once there was nothing dreamy in her gaze. "Something's coming, Harry. Something bigger than Voldemort, bigger than the Ministry, bigger than any of the things everyone's so worried about. The whispers are getting louder. The thread is getting stronger. And if we don't understand what we're becoming, we won't be ready when it matters." Harry wanted to argue, wanted to point out that OWLs mattered, that Quidditch mattered, that the ordinary concerns of 17-year-olds mattered. But looking into Luna's pale, ancient eyes, he couldn't pretend. She was right. Something was coming, and they were the only ones who could feel it. They returned to the restricted section every day after that. Harry stopped explaining his absences to Ron and Hermione. Let them think what they wanted, that he was stressed about OWLs, that he was avoiding Umbridge, true, but not the whole truth that he'd finally discovered the joy of academic pursuit. The thread pulled him toward the library each afternoon, and he followed without question. Luna was always there, surrounded by books that grew older and stranger as the days passed. She'd developed a system, markers made of dried plants and oddments that told her which texts she'd already examined and which still held secrets. Her wand moved constantly, tracing symbols in the air that made the ancient wards flicker and sometimes yield. On the 10th day of their research, she found something. Here. Her voice was barely a whisper, but the thread carried it clearly. This is what we've been looking for. Harry abandoned the text he'd been struggling through, something about magical theory that made Hermione's textbooks look like children's stories, and crossed to where Luna sat. The book before her was smaller than most, bound in something that shimmered faintly in the dim light. Soul-bound manifestations, Luna read from the title page. A comprehensive study of bonded pairs throughout magical history. Written by, she paused, frowning at the name. Cassandra Trelawney. Related to Professor Trelawney. Great-great-grandmother, I think. The family has a tradition of seers, though most of the gift faded over time. Luna traced the name with her finger. She was considered the most powerful seer of her generation. And she wrote this book specifically about bonded pairs. Harry leaned closer, reading over her shoulder. The text was dense, filled with terminology he didn't recognize, but certain phrases jumped out at him. The bond manifests differently in each pair, but certain phenomena recur across cultures and centuries. Shared perception of normally invisible magical phenomena. Amplification of innate abilities when in close proximity. A sense of physical location even when separated. And in the strongest bonds. The whispers, Harry breathed. That's what we have. Shared perception. Luna nodded, already turning pages. And location sense. I always know where you are, even when I can't see you. I do too. I thought it was just, I don't know, familiarity. But it's more than that. Much more. She stopped at a page marked with a diagram. Look. The illustration showed two figures surrounded by overlapping auras, fields of energy that merged where they touched. Arrows indicated flow between them, magic moving back and forth in an endless circuit. The bonded pair creates a closed loop of magical energy, the text explained. What one possesses, the other may draw upon. What one perceives, the other may witness. In moments of extreme emotion or danger, this loop may temporarily expand to include those nearby, creating zones of enhanced magical sensitivity. That's what happened in the Whispering Gallery, Harry said. When you touched me, the visions. The whispers became visible. Because the loop expanded. It included the space around us, if only for a moment. Luna's eyes were bright with excitement. Harry, do you understand what this means? We're not just two people who happen to sense things. We're a system. A closed circuit of magic that can amplify, transform, and eventually, she turned more pages, searching. Eventually stabilize unstable magic. Stabilize. There's a section here about using the bond to counter dark magic. About how bonded pairs throughout history have been able to neutralize curses, heal wounds that wouldn't otherwise heal, even, she stopped, her voice catching. Even what? Luna looked up, and for the first time since he'd known her, she looked afraid. Even pull people back from the veil. From death itself. The words hung in the air between them, heavy as stone. Death, Harry repeated. You mean, bringing people back. Not bringing back. That's impossible, the texts are clear about that. But, catching them, holding them, giving them something to hold onto when they're falling. She touched his hand, and the thread flared with warmth. When you hear your parents screaming, when the Dementors are near, that's them falling. And you're reaching for them without knowing how. Harry thought about the screams. The way they tore through him every time a Dementor got too close. The way he'd always assumed it was just trauma, just memory, just the ordinary horror of what he'd lost. But what if it was more? What if it was them, his parents, somehow still existing on the other side of that veil, reaching for him the way he reached for them. I don't understand, he whispered. If they're still there, why can't I see them? Why only the screams? Because the veil is thickest for the living. We're not meant to see through it. But sometimes, in moments of great emotion, great need, it thins. And those who are sensitive can perceive what lies beyond. Luna squeezed his hand. You're sensitive, Harry. More than most. And now, with the bond strengthening you, you're becoming sensitive enough to do more than perceive. Do what? Comfort them. Her eyes held his, ancient and sad and impossibly kind. The dead don't stop feeling, Harry. They don't stop loving. They just can't reach us anymore. But through you, through us, maybe they can. Harry pulled his hand away, standing abruptly. The books swam around him, ancient knowledge pressing in from all sides, and for a moment he couldn't breathe. This was too much, too big. He'd come here expecting to learn about the bond, about the thread, about how to be better prepared for whatever was coming. He hadn't come here to learn that his parents were still screaming on the other side of death, still suffering, still waiting for someone to reach them. Harry. Luna's voice was soft, steady. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have. No. He turned back to her, forcing himself to breathe. No, you should have. I need to know. I've been carrying this my whole life, the dreams, the screams, the way death follows me everywhere. If there's a reason for it, if there's something I can actually do. He stopped, overwhelmed. Luna waited. She always waited, giving him space to find his own words. What do we do? He asked finally. How do we help them? I don't know yet. The texts hint at possibilities but don't give instructions. This knowledge was deliberately hidden, maybe because it's dangerous, maybe because it's sacred, maybe both. She stood, crossing to him, taking his hands in hers. But we can find out. Together. The thread will guide us. Harry looked down at their joined hands, her pale fingers, his scarred ones, and felt the warmth of the bond pulse between them. It was the only warm thing in a world that had suddenly grown very cold. I want to help them, he said. I've always wanted to help them. Even before I knew they were still there, still feeling. If there's a way to reach them, to let them know I'm okay, that I love them. They know. Luna's voice was certain. They've always known. The bond between parent and child is the oldest magic there is, older even than soul bonds like ours. Your parents love you, Harry. They've never stopped. And when the time is right, when the veil thins enough, you'll be able to tell them yourself. Tears burned in Harry's eyes. He didn't try to stop them. Not here, not with Luna, not in this space where truth was the only currency that mattered. How do you know all this? He whispered. How do you know things no one else does? Luna smiled, that strange, beautiful smile that transformed her whole face. Because I listen. Because I believe. Because when the whispers speak, I don't tell myself I'm imagining things. She reached up and wiped a tear from his cheek with surprising gentleness. And because the thread chose me to find you. That's not an accident, Harry. Nothing about this is an accident. They stood together in the dim light of the restricted section, surrounded by books that held secrets most wizards would never know, connected by a bond that was older than Hogwarts itself. And somewhere, on the other side of a veil Harry couldn't see but could always feel, 4 hands reached toward them through the darkness, reaching, waiting, hoping. The Ravenclaw insight had revealed the truth. Now they had to decide what to do with it. Chapter 4 Echoes of the Veil. November arrived with frost and fog, turning the Hogwarts grounds into a landscape of ghostly shapes and muffled sounds. Harry barely noticed. The world outside the castle had grown distant, muted, while the world inside, the world of whispers and threads and ancient knowledge, had become more real than anything he'd experienced before. The bond with Luna had deepened through weeks of shared research in the restricted section. They no longer needed to speak constantly, often they sat for hours in companionable silence, reading separate texts while the thread pulsed gently between them. Harry had learned to distinguish different qualities in that pulse, warmth when Luna was pleased, coolness when she was troubled, a particular thrumming vibration when they were about to discover something important. Today, the vibration was strong enough to make his chest ache. Luna looked up from the text she'd been studying, a crumbling manuscript that seemed to shimmer at the edges, and met his eyes. It's time. For what? To test something. The texts talk about the veil, about how bonded pairs can perceive it more clearly than ordinary wizards. But perception isn't enough. We need to understand how close it really is. She stood, carefully closing the manuscript. There's a place, somewhere in the castle. I've felt it since first year, a cold spot, a thin place. But I could never approach it alone. Harry didn't need to ask what made the place thin. He'd felt such places himself, corners of Hogwarts where the temperature dropped for no reason, where shadows seemed deeper than they should be, where the whispers of the castle gave way to something older and more terrible. The veil, he said. The actual veil, like in the Department of Mysteries. Not the same one. That veil is a doorway, constructed, controlled. This is natural. A place where the boundary between worlds grew thin on its own. Luna moved toward the edge of the restricted section, her bare feet silent on the cold stone. The castle was built here partly because of it. The founders knew about thin places. They knew magic flows stronger where worlds touch. Harry followed, letting the thread guide him. They wound through shelves he'd never noticed before, past sections that seemed to shift when he tried to look directly at them, until they reached a door that shouldn't have existed. It was old. Older than the castle around it, older than the stones beneath their feet. Carved from something that wasn't quite wood and wasn't quite stone, covered in symbols that made his eyes water when he tried to focus. The founders built around it, Luna whispered. They couldn't move it or change it, so they incorporated it. Most students pass within feet of this door every day and never see it. Can we open it? I don't know. I've tried before, alone, and it never budged. But I've never tried with you. She looked at him, and in the dim light her eyes seemed to hold echoes of something vast and ancient. The bond changes things. It might be enough. Harry reached for the door. The moment his fingers touched the carved surface, the world shifted. Cold, impossibly cold, flooded through him, but it wasn't the cold of ice or winter. It was the cold of absence, of everything that had ever been warm suddenly ceasing to exist. His scar blazed, not with Voldemort's presence but with something older, something that recognized this threshold as kin to the death that marked him. Beside him, Luna gasped. The thread between them blazed with light, actual, visible light, as their magic merged to push against the door's ancient wards. Together, he heard her voice, though her lips didn't move. We have to push together. Harry poured himself into the thread, felt Luna doing the same, felt their magic intertwine like roots searching for water in dry ground. The door's wards resisted for a moment, a long moment, and then, with a groan that seemed to come from the stones themselves, they yielded. The door swung inward. Beyond it lay darkness. Not the ordinary darkness of unlit spaces, but something deeper, a darkness that drank light and warmth and sound, leaving only the cold and the whispering and the terrible awareness of how thin the boundary really was. Luna stepped through first. Harry followed because he couldn't not follow, because the thread pulled him forward, because something on the other side was calling and he'd spent his whole life learning to answer such calls. The space beyond the door was circular, domed, smaller than he'd expected. No windows, no torches, no light except the faint silver glow of the thread connecting him to Luna. And at the center, an archway. Stone, ancient, covered in the same eye-watering symbols as the door. And within the archway, hanging like frozen water, like frozen nothing a curtain that shimmered with the light of absent stars. The veil. Harry had seen it before, in the Department of Mysteries, during the battle that had nearly killed them all. But that veil had been constructed, controlled, a tool of the unspeakables. This one was different. This one breathed. This one lived. It's older, Luna whispered, her voice barely a thread of sound. Much older. I think this might be the original. The one all others were modeled on. Harry couldn't speak. The veil pulled at him the way the thread pulled at him, but deeper, a pull that went beyond magic into something more fundamental. His parents were on the other side of that shimmering curtain. He knew it with the same certainty he knew his own name. They're there, he breathed. I can feel them. Luna moved closer to him, her shoulder pressing against his. The contact strengthened the thread, and through that strengthening, Harry felt something new, Luna's own losses, her own dead, reaching toward her. From beyond the veil. Your mother, he said softly. Among others. Her voice held no tears, only acknowledgement. The thin places call to all who've lost. That's why they're dangerous. That's why most people can't approach them without being pulled through. But we can. We can. She turned to face him, and in the veil's ghostly light her eyes held galaxies. Because we have each other. Because the bond anchors us. Because we're two halves of something that can withstand the pull. Harry wanted to ask how she knew this, but the answer came through the thread before he could form the words. Centuries of texts, fragments of knowledge, pieces of a puzzle she'd been assembling since childhood. Luna had been preparing for this moment her whole life, even when she hadn't known it. The veil shimmered. Something moved behind it, shapes, shadows, suggestions of forms that couldn't quite resolve into visibility. Harry's heart hammered, but not with fear. With longing. Can we talk to them? He asked. Can they hear us? I don't know. But I think. Luna paused, her brow furrowing with the effort of reaching through the thread towards something beyond. I think they can feel us. The way we feel the whispers in the walls. Not words, not clearly, but presence. Emotion. Love. Love. The word hung in the cold air, warm as embers. Harry thought about all the years he'd spent longing for his parents, for their voices, their touch, their simple presence in his life. He thought about the photographs, the stories, the grave he'd never visited. He thought about the way his mother's eyes looked out at him from the mirror of her eyes, and the way her screams still tore through him when Dementors gathered. And he thought about what Luna had said in the library. About comforting them. About letting them know he was okay. He stepped toward the veil. Harry, Luna's hand caught his, holding him back. We don't know what happens if you get too close. I have to try. He looked at her, let her see everything he was feeling. The longing, the grief, the desperate hope that had lived in him since before he could remember. They've been waiting so long. I've been waiting so long. If there's any chance. Luna studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, she nodded. Together. We go together. Hand in hand, they approached the veil. The cold intensified with each step. Not painful, not exactly, but profound. The cold of empty spaces between stars. The cold of everything that had ever been loved and lost. The thread between them blazed brighter, pushing back against that cold, creating a bubble of warmth in the freezing dark. Harry felt Luna's magic flowing into him, felt his own flowing into her, felt them becoming something larger than either could be alone. 3 feet from the veil. 2. 1. And then they stood before it, so close Harry could have reached out and touched the shimmering surface. The shapes behind it were clearer now. Still indistinct, still impossible to resolve into faces or forms, but definitely there. Definitely someone. Hello, Harry whispered. Mom. Dad. It's me. It's Harry. The veil rippled. The shapes moved, shifting, pressing closer, reaching toward the barrier that separated them from the sun they'd died to protect. And then, a voice, not heard with ears, felt directly in his mind, in his heart, in the deepest part of his soul where his parents' love had lived since before his birth. Harry. Asterisk. His mother's voice. He'd never heard it alive, not truly, not outside the screams of Dementor-induced memory, but he knew it instantly. Knew the warmth in it, the love, the particular way she said his name like it was the most precious word in any language. Mum. Tears streamed down his face, hot against the freezing air. Mum, I'm here. I'm okay. I've missed you so much. We know, sweetheart. We've always known. We've always watched. Asterisk. His father's voice joined hers, younger than Harry had imagined, but strong, steady, filled with the courage that had made him face Voldemort without a wand. We're so proud of you, son. So incredibly proud. You've become more than we ever dreamed. Asterisk. Harry couldn't speak. The tears wouldn't stop, and his throat had closed entirely, and all he could do was stand there and let their voices wash over him like water in a desert. Beside him, Luna was crying too, silent tears tracking down her pale cheeks as she reached toward the veil with her free hand. Mother, she whispered, can you hear me? For a moment, nothing. Then another voice, different from Harry's parents', lighter, almost musical, drifted through the shimmering curtain. My little moonbeam. My beautiful, strange, wonderful girl. I've never stopped watching you. Asterisk. Luna made a sound Harry had never heard from her, a broken cry that held years of loneliness and longing. I see them, Mom. The things you told me about. The Rackspurts, the Nargles, the whispers in the walls. I see them all. I knew you would. You always had the sight, even as a baby. Even before, asterisk the voice faltered, steadied. Even before I had to leave. Asterisk. I don't blame you, Luna said quickly. For the experiment. For what happened. I never blamed you. I know, love. That's what let me rest. Knowing you understood. Asterisk. Harry watched as Luna's mother spoke to her through the veil, and felt his own parents' presence warm against his mind. For the first time in his life, he wasn't alone with his grief. For the first time, he shared it with someone who understood, really understood, what it meant to carry the dead with you always. The moment stretched, timeless, suspended in the cold air of the thin place. Harry asked questions he'd carried since childhood, about his parents' lives, their hopes, the choices they'd made. They answered as best they could, their voices fading and strengthening with some rhythm he couldn't perceive. And then, gradually, the veil began to dim. The time is short, his mother said, regret heavy in her voice. We can't stay long. The boundary reasserts itself. Will I see you again? Harry asked desperately. Can we come back? The thin places are dangerous, his father answered. For the living to approach too often, it weakens the boundary. Things can cross that shouldn't. We'll be careful, Luna promised. We have the bond. It anchors us. The bond. His mother's voice held wonder. We felt it forming, felt you finding each other. It's why we could speak today. The bond amplifies everything, including the connection between worlds. Then we'll use it, Harry said. We'll use it too, to keep this open. To keep talking. No, Harry. His mother's voice firmed with the particular strength of parental love. You can't live in the past. You can't spend your life reaching toward death. You have to live, really live, and that means letting go enough to embrace the world of the living. But, we'll always be with you, his father added. Not just here, in places like this. In your heart, in your choices, in the way you love. That's where we truly live, son. Not beyond some veil. The curtain was dimming rapidly now, the shapes behind it fading into mere suggestions of presence. Harry pressed forward, desperate to hold on to this moment, but Luna's hand tightened on his. They're right, she whispered. We have to let them go. That's what love does, it lets go when letting go is what the other needs. Harry fought against it, fought against the years of longing, the desperate need to hold on to something he'd never truly had. But Luna's presence steadied him, and the thread between them pulsed with warmth, and gradually he felt his parents' love recede to something he could carry without clinging. We love you, Harry. Always. We love you, Luna. Thank you for finding him. Thank you for being found. The veil went still. The cold remained, but the voices were gone. Harry stood before it for a long moment, tears drying on his cheeks, Luna's hand warm in his. Then, together, they turned and walked back through the darkness toward the door that led to the living world. They didn't speak as they left the thin place. Didn't speak as they wound through the hidden corridors back toward the main castle. Didn't speak until they reached the Whispering Gallery, where autumn light streamed through windows that looked out over grounds that suddenly seemed impossibly vibrant and alive. Harry sank onto the stone bench, exhausted in a way that went beyond physical tiredness. Beside him, Luna did the same, her shoulder pressing against his in that familiar, comforting way. They were real, he said finally. It wasn't just, I didn't imagine it. They were real. Luna's voice held certainty. I heard my mother too. We both heard. I didn't know it would feel like that. Like coming home to a place I've never been. That's what love feels like, I think. When you finally find it after searching your whole life. She leaned her head against his shoulder, and the thread pulsed with gentle warmth. We're lucky, Harry. Most people never get to hear their parents' voices after they're gone. Most people spend their whole lives wondering. I spent my whole life wondering. And now I know. He thought about his mother's final words, about living, really living, in the world of the living. They want us to let go. To stop reaching toward death. Not stop reaching entirely. Just, not let it consume us. There's a difference between visiting the thin places and living in them. Harry nodded slowly. The distinction made sense, in the way Luna's distinctions always made sense once he sat with them long enough. What happened in there, he said. Our magic, it was different. Stronger. Like we were more than just two people. The bond amplifies when we're in proximity to death. The texts mentioned it, but I didn't understand until now. She lifted her head, meeting his eyes. You're marked by death, Harry. It's part of your magical signature. And when we're together, in places where death is close, that part of you becomes accessible to me, and vice versa. Is that dangerous? Probably. But also powerful. The most dangerous things usually are. She smiled slightly. We'll have to be careful. The bond is growing faster than I anticipated. Faster than the text suggested was possible. Harry thought about the way their magic had intertwined before the veil, the way they'd become something larger than themselves. It should have been frightening, losing himself like that, merging with another person. But it hadn't felt like loss. It had felt like completion. I think, he said slowly, that maybe we're not supposed to be careful. Maybe we're supposed to embrace this. Let it grow however it needs to grow. Luna considered this with her head tilted. That's not very Gryffindor of you. Embracing unknown forces without caution. You're rubbing off on me. She laughed, a real laugh, bright and unexpected, and the sound echoed off the ancient stones of the gallery. Good. You need more rubbing. They sat together as the light shifted from afternoon to early evening, watching the grounds below fill with students heading to dinner. Ordinary life continuing, unaware of what had happened in the thin place beneath their feet. Harry felt different, lighter, somehow, as if carrying his parents' voices inside him had released a weight he hadn't known he was bearing. They were still with him, would always be with him, but the desperate longing had eased. He'd spoken to them, heard them, felt their love directly, not filtered through memory or photograph or secondhand story. And he had Luna to thank for it. Luna, who'd found the thin place. Luna, whose bond had anchored him when the veil pulled too strongly. Luna, who'd lost her own mother and understood grief without needing it explained. Thank you, he said quietly. For what? For everything. For finding the door. For holding on. For being, he gestured vaguely, unable to find words for what she was. Luna smiled, and in the fading light her eyes held echoes of the galaxies he'd glimpsed in the thin place. For being your other half. Yeah, that. She reached out and took his hand, lacing her fingers through his. The thread pulsed warm and steady between them. Always, she said. That's what halves do. They stay. In the distance, the dinner bell rang. Students streamed toward the great hall. The castle settled into its evening rhythms, ancient stones creaking with the comfort of centuries. And two teenagers sat in a hidden gallery, hands clasped, hearts linked, carrying the voices of the dead and the hope of the living in equal measure. The echoes of the veil would fade. But the bond would only grow stronger. Chapter 5 The Department of Mysteries shift. December arrived with snow so thick it transformed the castle into something from a dream. Turrets dusted white, windows glowing warm against the dark, the grounds an unbroken expanse of glittering silence. Harry barely noticed the beauty. Something had shifted since the thin place, since hearing his parents' voices, since the bond had deepened in ways neither he nor Luna fully understood. The whispers had changed. Where before they'd been background, ancient memories, distant echoes, now they pressed closer. More urgent, as if the castle itself had noticed their visit to the Vale and wanted something from them in return. You feel it too, Luna said one afternoon in the Whispering Gallery. It wasn't a question. Harry nodded, watching his breath mist in the cold air. It's like being watched. But not by anything threatening. By something that's waiting. Waiting for what? That's what I can't figure out. They'd spent hours in the restricted section since the thin place, searching for answers that remained frustratingly out of reach. The text spoke of bonded pairs, of thin places, of the veil between worlds, but they spoke in fragments, in hints, in the spaces between words rather than the words themselves. Luna believed the knowledge was deliberately obscured. Harry believed her. The question was why. Today, however, the whispers carried something new. A thread of warning woven through their ancient song. Harry felt it the moment he woke, a tightness in his chest that had nothing to do with the bond and everything to do with the castle's mood. Something's wrong, he said. Luna's eyes went distant for a moment, listening to frequencies he couldn't reach. The Department of Magic. The one in London. Something's happening there. How do you? The whispers carry news. Not words, exactly. Impressions. Emotions. The magic in that place is. She stopped, her face going pale. It's screaming. Harry was on his feet before he consciously decided to move. We have to tell someone. Dumbledore won't believe us. Not without proof. Luna stood too, her hand finding his. The thread blazed with sudden urgency. We have to see for ourselves. See. Luna, it's hundreds of miles away. The bond. The thin place. They're connected. Her eyes held that ancient look again, the one. That made her seem centuries older than her years. I think we can reach it. Not physically, but enough to see, enough to understand. Harry didn't question how she knew this. He'd stopped questioning such things weeks ago. Instead, he let her lead him through the castle, downstairs that shifted to accommodate their passage, through corridors that opened where none had existed before, until they stood again before the door to the thin place. The door opened before they touched it. Beyond, the veil shimmered with an agitation Harry hadn't seen before. The curtain moved constantly now, rippling like water in a storm, and through it came sounds, distant, muffled, but unmistakably sounds of conflict. "What's happening?" Harry whispered. "The Department of Mysteries has its own veil. A constructed one. But all veils are connected, all thin places touch each other beneath the surface." Luna's grip on his hand tightened. Something's attacking it. Something dark. Through the shimmering curtain, Harry began to see shapes. Not the gentle presences of his parents and Luna's mother, these were different. Darker. More urgent. Figures in robes running through corridors he recognized from his nightmare trip to the department the previous year. Death Eaters, he breathed. They're in the Ministry. But it was more than that. Through the veil's connection, Harry felt what was happening on the other side, felt the ancient magic of the department responding to invasion, felt the wards screaming warnings that no one could hear, felt something enormous and terrible stirring in the depths of that hidden place. Luna gasped. "The prophecy. Your prophecy. They're trying to reach it." Harry's scar blazed, not with Voldemort's presence, but with the proximity of the thing that connected them. The prophecy sphere, sitting in its dusty row in the Hall of Prophecy, waiting for someone to claim it. "We have to stop them," he said. "How?" "We're here, they're there. The bond." The words came from somewhere deeper than conscious thought. "The thin place. We can reach through. Not physically, but enough to interfere. Enough to shift things." Luna's eyes widened. The texts mentioned this. Bonded pairs influencing events at a distance through thin places. "But it's dangerous, Harry. If we get pulled through, we won't. We have each other." He squeezed her hand, feeling the thread pulse with shared resolve. "Together, remember." She held his gaze for a long moment. Then, slowly, she nodded. They stepped forward together, closer to the veil than they'd ever dared approach. The cold intensified, that profound, existential cold, but the thread blazed with warmth, creating their bubble of life in the frozen dark. "Reach toward it," Luna instructed. "Toward the prophecy. Toward the place where it's kept. The veil will carry you." Harry closed his eyes and reached. For a moment, nothing. Then, he was elsewhere. Not physically, he could still feel Luna's hand in his, still feel the cold of the thin place against his skin. But part of him had traveled, stretched through the veil like light through water, and now hovered at the edge of a scene he recognized with sickening clarity. The Hall of Prophecy. Rows and rows of dusty spheres stretched into darkness, each containing a prophecy that had never been spoken aloud. And at the far end, figures in masks moved among the shelves, searching, hunting, their wands casting light that seemed wrong against the ancient magic of the place. Harry recognized Lucius Malfoy's cold efficiency. Bellatrix Lestrange's manic energy. Others he couldn't name but knew by their darkness. They were searching for row 97. For the sphere that bore his name. "You have to stop them," a voice whispered, not his. Parents this time, but something older. The veil itself, perhaps. The deep magic that connected all thin places. The prophecy cannot fall into darkness. How? Harry asked desperately. "I'm not really here. I can't touch anything. You can touch the magic. The prophecy is magic. The shelves are magic. Everything in that place is woven from the same fabric you're woven from." Harry understood. Not with his mind, with something deeper. The part of him that had always known magic before he'd learned words for it. The part that the bond had awakened. He reached toward the nearest shelf, not physically, but with his magic, with his will, with everything the bond had made him. And felt resistance, then yielding, then connection. He could feel the shelves. Feel the prophecies sleeping on them, each one a knot of fate and possibility waiting to be spoken. Feel the ancient wards that protected them, wards that recognized something in his touch, something that belonged. "The hall recognizes you," the voice whispered. "You are part of a prophecy. You belong here as much as any sphere." Behind him, through the thread, he felt Luna's presence strengthen, felt her pouring her own magic into him, anchoring him to the world of the living while part of him drifted through the veil. Together, she whispered in his mind. We do this together. Harry focused on the Death Eaters. On their searching. On the moment when one of them, a thick-set man with a cruel mouth, turned toward row 97 and began counting shelves. Here, the man called. This is it. 97. The others converged, masks turned toward the row where Harry's prophecy waited. Bellatrix cackled with anticipation. Harry reached for the shelf itself, not to move it, but to shift it. To change something fundamental about its relationship to the space around it. The magic responded. It was like pushing through water, resistance and yielding at once. The shelf shuddered, just slightly, and the numbers on its end flickered. 97 became 98. The row beside it shifted to compensate. And the sphere containing Harry's prophecy, the one that had sat in row 97 for 15 years, suddenly found itself in a different place entirely. What? The Death Eater stared at the shelf, confusion evident even through his mask. It was here. I swear it was here. Keep looking, Lucius ordered. It can't have vanished. But it had. Not vanished, relocated. Harry had shifted the entire architecture of the hall, just enough, just subtly, so that the prophecy they sought now resided somewhere none of them would think to look. Through the veil, through the bond, Harry felt Luna's exultation match his own. You did it, she sent. You actually did it. We did it. I couldn't have reached without you anchoring me. The Death Eaters continued searching, growing more frantic as the moments passed. Wards were beginning to activate, the Ministry's security responding at last to the invasion. Soon, they would have to flee or be caught. But before they fled, something happened that Harry hadn't anticipated. Bellatrix stopped mid-search, her head snapping up as if she'd heard something. Her dark eyes, visible even through the mosque's openings, narrowed, scanning the hall with an intensity that made Harry's scar burn. Someone's here, she hissed. Watching. I can feel it. The other Death Eaters paused, wands raised. Lucius's cold voice, the wards. No. Something else. Something. Bellatrix turned slowly, her gaze passing over the exact spot where Harry's presence hovered. Ancient. Wrong. Like death and life tangled together. Harry froze. Could she see him? Sense him? Through the thread, Luna's alarm pulsed. Harry, pull back. She knows something's there. But before he could withdraw, Bellatrix's wand came up, not casting a spell, but reaching. Reaching toward him with dark magic that recognized his presence the way the wards had recognized his belonging. You, she breathed. I know you. The boy who lived, watching from somewhere you shouldn't be. Her lips curved into a smile that held no warmth. The Dark Lord will be very interested in this. She cast, not at him, but at the space around him. A spell Harry didn't recognize, black as ink, that spread through the hall like poison through water. The effect was immediate and terrible. Harry felt the veil lurch. Felt the connection between the thin place and the hall of prophecy twist and strain. Felt Luna's grip on him falter as something dark tried to sever the thread that bound them. Harry. Her mental voice was sharp with fear. Come back. Now. He tried. Gods, he tried. But Bellatrix's spell had tangled something fundamental in the magic that connected the two places, and pulling free felt like trying to escape quicksand. The hall of prophecy began to fade, not disappearing, but receding, as if he were being pulled backward through water. But the pull wasn't toward the thin place. It was toward something else. Something dark. Something that waited in the spaces between worlds. Luna. Through the thread, he felt her response, felt her throwing everything she had into the bond, felt her magic wrap around him like a lifeline, felt her pull with a strength that surprised them both. For a moment, the two forces balanced, Bellatrix's dark spell trying to drag him somewhere unknown, Luna's love and magic trying to haul him back to the world of the living. Then something else joined the struggle. The veil itself. It moved, actually moved, rippling like a living thing, and from its depths came a pressure that wasn't quite force and wasn't quite will. It pushed against Bellatrix's spell, pushed against the darkness, pushed until the black magic shattered like glass. And Harry was free. He fell backward through the veil, through the thin place, through layers of reality that blurred and shifted, until He was on the cold stone floor of the thin place, Luna kneeling over him, her face white with terror, her hands gripping his with desperate strength. Harry, Harry, can you hear me? Please. I'm here. His voice came out cracked, barely audible. I'm here. You pulled me back. We pulled each other back. The veil helped. Tears streamed down her face, Luna, who almost never cried. I thought I'd lost you. I thought the bond is still here. He squeezed her hands, feeling the thread pulse between them, weaker than before but still present. Still alive. We're still here. They lay on the cold stone for a long time, holding each other, letting the thread strengthen as their heartbeats slowly returned to normal. Above them, the veil shimmered with a calm it hadn't possessed before, as if the ancient magic of that place was satisfied with what they'd done. Finally, when Harry could speak without his voice breaking, he asked, "Did it work? Did we stop them?" Luna closed her eyes, reaching through the thread toward the impressions it carried. They didn't find the prophecy. The Ministry's Aurors arrived before they could search further. Most escaped, but they failed. Because of you. Because of us. Harry let out a breath he hadn't known he'd been holding. The prophecy is safe. For now. But Bellatrix felt you, Harry. She knows someone was watching. And if she tells Voldemort, he'll want to understand how. He'll want to use it. The weight of that settled onto Harry's shoulders. He'll come after the bond. After you. Luna opened her eyes, and in the veil's faint light they held no fear, only certainty. Let him try. The bond isn't something he can touch. It's older than his magic, older than his darkness, older than anything he understands. He'll find a way. He always finds a way. Then we'll find a way to stop him. She sat up, pulling him with her. Together. That's what the bond is for. Harry looked at her, at this strange, beautiful, impossible girl who'd become more essential to him than breath, and felt something shift in his chest. Not the thread, not the bond, but something deeper. Something that had been waiting all his life to awaken. Love. Not the love he felt for Ron and Hermione, that was real and true and vital. This was different. This was the love the text spoke of, the love that anchored souls, the love that could move magic in ways spells never could. He didn't say it. Couldn't say it, not yet, not when everything was still so new and fragile. But he felt it. And through the bond, he knew Luna felt it too. We should go, she said softly. The thin place is tired. It needs to rest. Harry nodded, helping her to her feet. Together, they walked back through the hidden corridors, back toward the world of classes and meals and ordinary concerns. But nothing felt ordinary anymore. The Department of Mysteries had shifted. The prophecy had moved. And somewhere in the darkness, Voldemort was learning that Harry possessed powers even he didn't fully understand. The war had just changed. And the bond would change it further still. Chapter 6 Petronis Convergence. Christmas break arrived at Hogwarts like a held breath finally released. Most students departed for homes filled with warmth and family, leaving the castle to those who had nowhere else to go or reasons to stay. Harry had both, no family to return to, and a bond that kept him tethered to the freezing corridors where Luna wandered like a pale ghost through the empty halls. The Department of Mysteries incident had changed something between them. Not the bond itself, that remained constant, a warm pulse beneath everything, but their awareness of it. Of what it could do. Of what it might cost. They hadn't spoken about Bellatrix's spell, about the moment Harry had nearly been pulled into somewhere unknown. But the memory lived in the spaces between their words, in the way Luna's hand sought his more often now, in the way Harry woke gasping from dreams of falling through endless dark. Today, Christmas Eve, the castle lay blanketed in snow so deep that even the usual drafts seemed muffled into silence. Harry found Luna in the Whispering Gallery, as he always did, watching snow fall past the windows with that distant look that meant she was listening to things he couldn't hear. The whispers are sad today, she said without turning. They miss the students, the noise, the life. Harry settled onto the bench beside her, close enough that their shoulders touched. Can't say I miss the noise. It's peaceful like this. Peaceful isn't the same as alive. She turned to him, and in the gray winter light her eyes held depths he was only beginning to understand. The castle prefers alive. It was built for living things. They sat in silence for a while, watching snow accumulate on the ledges outside. Somewhere in the kitchens, house elves were preparing the Christmas feast. Somewhere in his tower, Ron's family was gathered without him for the first time in years. And somewhere in the darkness, Voldemort was planning his next move. But here, in this moment, there was only the snow and the silence and the warm pulse of the thread between them. I've been thinking, Luna said eventually. About what happened in the department. About the way your magic shifted the shelves. I've been trying not to think about it. That's probably wise. But also not possible. She tilted her head in that bird-like way of hers. The bond is growing faster than the texts predicted. Faster than any recorded bonded pair in centuries. We need to understand why. Harry thought about this. About the thin place, about the veil, about the way his parents' voices had reached him from beyond death. Maybe it's because of what I am. What he made me. A Horcrux. Luna said it without flinching, without the horror most people showed when discussing the piece of Voldemort's soul lodged in Harry's scar. The texts mentioned something similar. Bonded pairs where one carries a fragment of darkness. The bond doesn't reject the darkness, it transforms it. Transforms it how? I don't know yet. But I felt it in the thin place, when you reached through the veil. The darkness in you, it wasn't fighting the bond. It was feeding it, strengthening it. She met his eyes. That's why Bellatrix could sense you. The darkness in you recognized the darkness in her, even across worlds. Harry's scar prickled. So what you're saying is, Voldemort's soul fragment is making our bond stronger. Not stronger. Different. More connected to certain kinds of magic. Death magic. Veil magic. The kind of magic that lets you reach across boundaries. She paused, searching for words. It's like the darkness in you is a bridge. Not to Voldemort, not anymore. To something else. Something that exists in the spaces between. Harry didn't fully understand, but he'd stopped needing full understanding to trust Luna's insights. The bond had proven itself too many times. What do we do with this bridge? We learn to cross it. Carefully. With preparation, she reached into her robes and withdrew a small leather-bound book, one of the many they'd discovered in the restricted section. I found this last night. It's about Petronises. About what they really are. Harry knew Petronises. He'd been casting his since third year, the silver stag that galloped from his wand and drove Dementors before it. But the way Luna said, what they really are, suggested depths he hadn't considered. They're not just shields against Dementors, she continued. They're manifestations of the soul. Of the purest part of a person, their happiness, their hope, their capacity to love. That's why darkness can't touch them. And our Petronises should be connected. The same way we're connected. She opened the book to a marked page. Look. Harry leaned closer, reading over her shoulder. The text was old, older than most they'd found, written in a script that seemed to shift between languages. But certain phrases stood out clearly. When two souls are bound by fate's design, their light shall merge when darkness presses close. The Petronis, being soul's purest expression, may intertwine with its bonded partner's own, creating a shield no shadow can pierce and a weapon no darkness can withstand. Asterisk. Dual cast Petronis, Luna said. It's mentioned in several texts, always as a sign of the strongest bonds. When two bonded wizards cast the spell together, their Petronises don't just appear separately, they merge. Become something new. Something greater. Harry tried to imagine his silver stag merging with Luna's hair, because of course Luna's Petronis was a hare, quick and quiet and strange. What would such a creature look like? What would it mean? Can we try it? He asked. Luna looked up, surprise flickering across her features. You want to attempt an ancient, barely documented magical phenomenon that could potentially harm us both. Yes. A smile tugged at her lips. That's very Gryffindor of you. I approve. They waited until nightfall, when the castle was darkest and the chances of interruption smallest. The Whispering Gallery had served them well. But this required more space, more room for whatever might emerge from their combined magic. Luna led him to an abandoned classroom on the 7th floor, one of those rooms that seemed to exist only when needed and vanish when not. Inside, dusty furniture had been pushed against the walls, leaving a clear space in the center large enough for Quidditch practice. No one's been here in decades, Luna observed, running her fingers along a desk. The magic is old here. Settled. It won't interfere. Harry stood in the center of the cleared space, wand in hand, feeling the thread pulse with anticipation. What do we do? Cast together. At the same moment. With the same intention. Luna took her place beside him, close enough that their shoulders almost touched. Think of your happiest memory, the one you always use. I'll do the same. And when we cast, let the bond guide the magic. Harry thought about his happiest memory. It had changed over the years, from the first time he'd realized he was a wizard, to the moment he'd been sorted into Gryffindor, to the countless small joys of life at Hogwarts. But the memory he always returned to, the one that never failed, was simpler than any of those. His parents. Not the photographs or the stories or the graves. The feeling of them, of being loved before he could remember, of being wanted, of being someone's whole world. He'd felt it in the thin place, heard their voices, and that feeling had become his anchor. Beside him, Luna closed her eyes. Her expression shifted into something soft and sad and beautiful, the memory she was calling, whatever it was, holding equal measures of joy and grief. Now, she whispered. Together, they raised their wands. Expecto Patronum. Silver light erupted from both wands simultaneously, his stag, her hair, leaping into existence with the familiar rush of warmth and hope. But instead of bounding away separately, they stopped. Turned. Looked at each other. Through the thread, Harry felt Luna's wonder mirror his own. The stag and the hare moved toward each other slowly, cautiously, as if recognizing something familiar in the other's silver shape. When they touched, antler to ear, flank to flank, the light flared blindingly bright. Harry squeezed his eyes shut against the brilliance, but he could still see it through his eyelids, could still feel it through the bond, could still know that something extraordinary was happening. When the light faded, he opened his eyes. Where two Petronises had stood, one now remained. It was neither stag nor hare, but something that contained both. A creature of pure silver light, larger than either individual Petronis, with the stag's proud antlers and the hare's quick grace. Its eyes held depths that seemed to look through Harry rather than at him, ancient, knowing, impossibly gentle. And it was beautiful. More beautiful than anything Harry had ever created. What is it? He breathed. The bonded form. Luna's voice held awe, genuine awe, the first Harry had ever heard from her. The texts didn't describe it. Couldn't describe it. Some things have to be seen. The creature moved, flowed, around them in a circle, leaving trails of silver light that hung in the air like frozen moonlight. Where it passed, the abandoned classroom transformed. Dust vanished, furniture righted itself, colors returned to faded tapestries. The creature's presence was healing, not just protecting, making things better simply by existing. It's not just a shield, Harry realized. It's making things right. Fixing what's broken. The purest part of us, remember. Luna reached out toward the creature, and it bent its silver head to press against her palm. Happiness and hope and love. Those things heal. Not just against dementors, against everything. Harry approached slowly, holding out his own hand. The creature turned toward him, and in its silver eyes he saw reflections of everything he and Luna were, separate and together, light and shadow, ordinary and extraordinary. When his fingers touched its shimmering form, warmth flooded through him. Not the warmth of the thread, though that pulsed stronger in response. A different warmth, the warmth of being truly known, truly accepted, truly loved for exactly who he was. It knows us, he whispered. All of us. Even the dark parts. Especially the dark parts. Luna moved closer, her shoulder pressing against his. That's what makes it strong. Not denying the darkness, transforming it. Using it as fuel for light. The creature stayed with them for a long moment, its silver light filling the forgotten classroom with something that felt like hope made visible. Then, slowly, it began to fade, not disappearing so much as receding, returning to whatever source had birthed it. But before it vanished entirely, it did something unexpected. It divided. The silver form split cleanly down the middle, becoming two creatures once more, the stag and the hare, separate but connected by a thread of light that mirrored the bond between their casters. They looked at Harry and Luna with what could only be called recognition, then bounded away into nothing, leaving only fading silver trails and the lingering sense of wonder. Harry let out a breath he hadn't known he'd been holding. That was impossible, Luna finished. According to most texts, bonded pairs can create merged Petronises, but they always merge permanently. They don't separate again. Then why did ours? She was quiet for a moment, her eyes distant in that way that meant she was consulting knowledge beyond ordinary understanding. Because we're not just bonded. We're balanced, equal. Neither of us dominates the other. The merged form respects that, returns to us what we gave it, strengthened by the union but not consumed by it. Harry thought about this. About the way the creature had looked at them, known them, accepted them. About the silver thread that had connected Stag and Hare even after separation. We're different, he said slowly. Even from other bonded pairs in the texts. The Horcrux, the veil, everything that's happened. Makes us unique. Which means we can't rely on texts to tell us what comes next. Luna turned to face him fully, and in the dim classroom light her eyes held galaxies. We have to discover it ourselves. Write our own texts. The weight of that settled onto Harry's shoulders, the responsibility of being something new, something unknown, something that even ancient magic didn't fully understand. But beside it, carried through the thread, came something else, excitement. Possibility. The thrill of discovering truths no one else had ever known. We should practice, he said. Get better at controlling it. Understanding it. Luna nodded. Every night. While the castle is empty. By the time everyone returns, we'll know more than the texts could teach us. They practiced every night of Christmas break. The abandoned classroom became their sanctuary, their laboratory, the place where they pushed the boundaries of what their bond could do. Each night, they cast their Petronises together. Each night, the merged form appeared, stronger now, more stable, remaining longer before separating back into Stag and Hare. They learned to control it, to direct it, to send it where they willed rather than letting it roam freely. They learned that the merged Petronis could pass through walls, could seek out specific people, could carry messages in ways no ordinary magic could match. And they learned something else, something the texts hadn't prepared them for. The merged Petronis could feel. Not just the emotions of its casters, it could feel the emotions of those it passed. In the empty corridors of Hogwarts, it encountered traces of students who'd gone home for Christmas, their joy, their sadness, their longing for places they'd left behind. It brought those feelings back to Harry and Luna, expanding their awareness far beyond the boundaries of their own experience. It's like the whispers, Luna said one night, after the merged form had returned from a journey through the castle. But clearer, more specific. The whispers are ancient memory, this is present feeling. This is now. Harry understood. When the merged Petronis touched something, someone, he felt it through the bond. Felt Luna feeling it too. Their shared awareness expanded with each journey, each exploration, until the boundaries between them grew thinner than the veil itself. On New Year's Eve, they attempted something new. Instead of letting the merged form roam freely, Harry reached through the bond and directed it, sent it not wandering but hunting. Hunting for something specific. Darkness. The creature moved through Hogwarts like liquid light, passing through walls and doors and wards that should have stopped any magic. It searched the dungeons, where traces of Slytherin ambition still lingered in the stones. It searched the tower where Umbridge had made her office, where her pink-clad presence had left stains on the magic. It searched the places where students had been cruel, where fights had broken out, where words had wounded as deeply as curses. And everywhere it went, it found darkness. Not the great darkness of Voldemort, that was elsewhere, waiting, but the small darknesses that accumulated in any place where people lived and loved and hurt each other. But here was the thing, when the merged Petronis found darkness, it didn't fight it. Didn't banish it. Didn't even judge it. It witnessed it. And in the witnessing, something shifted. The darkness didn't disappear, but it eased. As if being seen, truly seen, released some of its weight. It's not about destroying darkness, Harry realized. It's about acknowledging it, letting it exist without letting it control anything. Luna nodded slowly. The texts never mentioned this. They talk about Petronises as shields, as weapons against Dementors. They never talk about what they can see. Maybe no one ever tried. Maybe no one ever had a bond strong enough to let their Petronis see anything. They sat in silence for a while, the merged form returned and separated, the silver Stag and Hare resting at their feet like faithful companions. What do we do with this? Harry asked finally. This ability to see, to witness, does it help against Voldemort? I don't know. Luna's voice was honest, unvarnished. But I think it might help against something bigger. Something the war is just a symptom of. Harry thought about the darkness the merged Petronis had witnessed. The small cruelties, the accumulated hurts, the way students learned to be cruel from teachers who were crueler still. Voldemort wasn't the source of darkness in the world, he was just its most concentrated form. The bond, he said slowly. The merged Petronis. They're not about fighting darkness. They're about understanding it. And maybe understanding is the first step to something else. To healing, Luna completed. The deep magic, the one that's been waiting, it's not about winning wars. It's about making wars unnecessary. About creating a world where darkness doesn't accumulate because it's witnessed and released rather than ignored and strengthened. It was the biggest thing Harry had ever considered. Bigger than defeating Voldemort, bigger than saving the wizarding world, bigger than any prophecy or destiny. It was about changing the fundamental nature of magic itself. And somehow, impossibly, it felt possible. On the last night of Christmas break, with students set to return the next morning, Harry and Luna stood in their abandoned classroom one final time. The merged Petronis had grown stronger over the weeks, brighter, more stable, more responsive to their shared will. Tonight, they didn't send it wandering. They kept it close, let it circle them in lazy silver spirals, let its light fill the space with warmth that had nothing to do with temperature. "I'm going to miss this," Harry admitted. "The quiet, the practice. Just this." Luna smiled, that strange beautiful smile that transformed her whole face. "We'll find other times, other places. The bond doesn't care about schedules." "I know. But it won't be the same." "No," she agreed. "It won't. It'll be different. New. Everything changes, Harry. That's what makes it interesting." The merged Petronis completed its final circuit and began to fade, silver light dissolving into the darkness like hope into memory. But before it vanished, it did something new. It approached them, not circling now, but directly, deliberately. It stopped before them, its ancient silver eyes meeting theirs, and then it did something impossible. It spoke. Not in words, not exactly. But understanding passed between them, clear as speech, direct as touch. "You are not alone. You have never been alone. The bond you share is older than this world, older than magic as you know it. Trust it. Trust each other. And when the darkness comes, as it will, remember what you've learned here." Then it was gone, leaving only silver traces and the lingering sense of something vast and ancient watching from beyond the edges of perception. Harry looked at Luna. Luna looked at Harry. Did that just? Yes. Her voice was steady, but her eyes held wonder. The Petronis spoke. Or something spoke through it. The deep magic. Maybe. Or something deeper still. She reached for his hand, and the thread blazed with shared understanding. "We're not just bonded, Harry. We're chosen. For something. By something." The weight of that should have been crushing. Instead, it felt like wings unfolding. Together, they left the abandoned classroom, walking through corridors that would soon fill with students and noise and ordinary life. The silver traces of their Petronis followed them like moonlight, fading slowly into the ancient stones. Behind them, in the empty classroom, something had changed. The dust was gone. The furniture stood straight. The faded tapestries glowed with colors that hadn't been seen in decades. The merged Petronis had healed more than they knew. And somewhere in the depths of the castle, the deep magic stirred with something that felt almost like hope. Chapter 7 Dumbledore's Suspicion. January returned to Hogwarts with the students, bringing noise and life and the particular chaos of a new term. Harry moved through it all with a strange detachment, present for classes, present for meals, present for Ron's complaints about homework and Hermione's lectures about OWL preparation, but always aware of something beneath the surface. The bond with Luna had deepened through their Christmas practices until it felt less like connection and more like extension. He could find her anywhere in the castle now, not through the thread's pull but through simple awareness, a warmth in his chest that pointed toward her like a compass toward north. She felt the same. He knew without asking. They hadn't spoken about what the merged Petronis had said, or what had spoken through it. Some things were too big for words, too strange for discussion. Instead, they carried the knowledge together, letting it settle into their understanding like sediment into clear water. But others had begun to notice. Hermitage was first. She cornered Harry in the common room 3 days into term, her expression the particular one she wore when she'd been observing and analyzing and drawing conclusions. "You've been different since before Christmas," she said without preamble. "Distant, distracted, but also, calmer, more focused, like you're seeing something the rest of us miss." Harry considered lying. It would have been easier. But Hermione had been his friend too long, had earned too much trust, to deserve dishonesty. "I've been spending time with Luna," he said. We've been researching together. Hermione's eyebrows rose. Researching what? Ancient magic. Bonded pairs. Things the restricted section doesn't usually let students access. Things you shouldn't be accessing without permission, you mean. But there was no anger in her voice, only concern. Harry, is everything all right? You and Luna, you've become close very quickly. I'm not judging, I'm just worried. About you. About what might happen if. If what? If Dumbledore finds out. If the Ministry finds out. If Voldemort finds out. She lowered her voice at the name, a habit she couldn't break. You're already the most watched person in the wizarding world. If you're developing some kind of unusual magical connection with someone. It's not a weapon, Hermione. It's not something anyone can use against us. How do you know? How do you know what Voldemort could do if he understood this bond? How do you know Dumbledore won't have opinions about it? She leaned forward, earnest and afraid. I'm not saying stop. I'm just saying, be careful. Please. Harry heard the love beneath the warning. Hermione had spent 5 years trying to keep him alive, and the habit was hard to break. I'll be careful, he promised. We both will. But Hermione, this bond. It's the best thing that's ever happened to me. Better than finding out I was a wizard. Better than Hogwarts. Better than, he stopped, unable to find words for what the bond had given him. Hermione studied him for a long moment, her expression shifting from concern to something softer. You love her. It wasn't a question. I don't know what it is yet. It's too big for names. Harry met her eyes. But yes, whatever that word means, whatever love is, that's what I feel. For her. Hermione nodded slowly, absorbing this. Then I'll support you. Both of you. But Harry, Dumbledore will find out. He finds out everything eventually. And when he does, you need to be ready for whatever questions he asks. Dumbledore found out sooner than Harry expected. The summons came on a gray January afternoon, delivered by a tiny silver hummingbird that hovered before Harry in the middle of Transfiguration. Professor McGonagall's eyes widened slightly. She recognized Dumbledore's Petronis, as most teachers would, but she said nothing as the bird spoke in the headmaster's calm voice. Harry, would you join me for tea this afternoon? 4 o'clock, my office. And please, bring Miss Lovegood as well. There are matters we should discuss together. The hummingbird dissolved into silver mist. The classroom was silent except for the crackle of the fire and the distant tick of the clock. McGonagall cleared her throat. Well, Mr. Potter, it seems you have an appointment. Dismissed. Harry gathered his things mechanically, mind racing. Dumbledore knew. Somehow, impossibly, the headmaster had discovered the bond, and worse, knew Luna was part of it. He found her in the library, exactly where the thread told him she'd be. She looked up from a book as he approached, her expression serene but her eyes holding that ancient knowing. He knows, Harry said. Yes, I felt it this morning, a shift in the castle's attention. Someone was watching differently. Dumbledore wants to see us. Both of us. 4 o'clock. Luna closed her book slowly. Then we go. There's no point hiding from someone who sees as clearly as he does. You're not worried. I'm curious. There's a difference. They climbed the spiral staircase to Dumbledore's office at exactly 4 o'clock, the thread between them pulsing with shared anticipation. The gargoyle had stepped aside without password, which meant Dumbledore was expecting them, had probably been expecting them for some time. The office was exactly as Harry remembered, crowded with silver instruments that whirred and puffed, portraits of former headmasters dozing in their frames, Fawkes the Phoenix watching from his perch with eyes that held the same ancient knowing as Luna's. Dumbledore rose from behind his desk as they entered, smiling with genuine warmth. Harry, Miss Lovegood, thank you for coming. Please, sit. They settled into the chairs before his desk, close enough that their knees almost touched. The thread pulsed quietly, waiting. Dumbledore studied them both for a long moment, his blue eyes sharp behind his half-moon spectacles. When he spoke, his voice held none of the usual twinkling amusement. I've been aware of something unusual for several months now. A shift in the magical currents of the castle. A new resonance in the ancient wards. He paused, letting this settle. At first, I attributed it to the general unrest, Voldemort's return, the Ministry's interference, the natural disturbances of wartime. But the pattern didn't fit. This was different. This was deliberate. Harry said nothing. Beside him, Luna sat perfectly still, her pale eyes fixed on Dumbledore with an attention that missed nothing. Then, just before Christmas, something happened at the Ministry. Something the Department of Mysteries is still trying to understand. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. The Hall of Prophecy experienced a disturbance, a shifting of its fundamental architecture. Prophecy spheres relocated themselves. Wards responded to in presence that shouldn't have been there. And when my sources investigated, they found traces of magic unlike any they'd encountered. The silver instruments around the office whirred faster, as if responding to the tension in the room. Magic that bore your signature, Harry. And yours, Miss Lovegood. Intertwined in ways that shouldn't be possible. Dumbledore leaned forward slightly. I've lived a long time. I've seen many forms of magic, ancient and modern, light and dark, simple and impossibly complex. But I've never seen magic quite like this. Luna spoke for the first time. You've seen bonded pairs before. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. Bonded pairs. Soul-bound magic. Twin flames. Mirror souls. Luna said the words calmly, as if discussing the weather. It's rare, but not unknown. There are texts in the restricted section. I'm familiar with the texts. Dumbledore's voice held new respect. I'm also familiar with the fact that true bonded pairs haven't appeared in Europe for over 500 years. The last recorded pair ended the Grey Plague, Luna finished. I know. Harry looked between them, feeling several steps behind. The Grey Plague, a magical epidemic in the 15th century, Dumbledore explained. It resisted all known cures, all conventional magic. Nothing could stop it, until a bonded pair from what is now Germany discovered that their combined magic could neutralize the curse. They saved thousands before the plague consumed them both. The words hung in the air, heavy with implication. They died. Harry asked. The bond exacts a price, often a terrible one. Dumbledore's eyes held sorrow. Those who unite their souls so completely find that separation, even the separation of death, is impossible to bear. When one of the German pair finally succumbed to the plague, the other followed within hours. Not from the disease, from grief. Harry felt Luna's hand find his beneath the edge of the desk. The thread blazed with shared defiance. That won't happen to us, he said. You can't know that, Harry. None of us can know what the bond will demand. Dumbledore's voice was gentle but unflinching. I've watched you for 5 years. I've seen you face dangers that would break most adults. But this is different. This isn't about facing death. It's about facing life. About living with someone so completely that losing them becomes unthinkable. We're not going to lose each other. You can't promise that. None of us can. Dumbledore leaned back, his expression softening. I'm not trying to frighten you. I'm trying to prepare you. The bond you share is powerful, more powerful than either of you fully understands. It's already allowed you to reach across the veil, to manipulate the deepest magic of the Department of Mysteries, to create a merged Petronis that hasn't been seen in centuries. Harry started. How do you know about the Petronis? The castle tells me many things. The portraits see much. And Fawkes, he gestured toward the Phoenix, who watched them with ancient knowing. Fawkes has been singing differently since Christmas. Happier. As if something long hoped for has finally arrived. Luna tilted her head, studying the Phoenix. He sees the bond. Sees it, feels it, welcomes it. Phoenixes are creatures of profound magic, they recognize kindred spirits. Dumbledore smiled slightly. Fawkes approves of you both. That's not nothing. The silence stretched, filled with the soft whir of instruments and the distant crackle of the fire. Harry could feel Luna's thoughts through the thread, not the words, but the shape of them. She was weighing something, measuring whether to share. Finally, she spoke. The bond is older than we are. Older than this war, older than Voldemort, older than the prophecy. It was waiting for us, for the right moment, the right people, and now that it's awake, it's changing things. Changing magic itself. Dumbledore listened without interrupting, his expression unreadable. The deep magic, the one beneath everything, it's been sleeping for centuries. Waiting for someone to wake it. And now that we have, Luna paused, searching for words. It's hungry. Not for power or destruction. For connection. For balance. For the chance to heal what's been broken. And you believe you and Harry are meant to provide this healing. I believe we're meant to be part of it. The center of it, maybe. But not the whole. She looked at Harry, and through the thread he felt her certainty like warmth. The bond doesn't make us special. It makes us available. Channels for something larger than ourselves. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment, his gaze moving between them. When he spoke, his voice held something Harry had rarely heard there, uncertainty. I've spent my life studying magic, seeking to understand its deepest mysteries. And I'll admit, what you're describing is beyond my experience. He steepled his fingers, considering. But I've also learned to recognize truth when I hear it. And what you're saying rings true in ways I can't explain. Then you believe us? Harry asked. I believe you believe. And given what I've observed, I'm inclined to trust that belief. Dumbledore stood, moving to the window that looked out over the darkening grounds. But belief isn't enough. Not against what's coming. He turned back to face them, and for the first time Harry saw how tired he looked, how much the war had cost him. Voldemort knows something happened at the Ministry. His followers felt the disturbance, even if they don't understand it. And Bellatrix Lestrange in particular has been vocal about sensing a presence she couldn't explain. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. She described it as death and life tangled together. Does that mean anything to you? Harry's scar prickled. She felt me. Through the veil. When I reached into the Hall of Prophecy. She felt you. Across that distance, through those wards. Dumbledore's surprise was evident. Harry, that shouldn't be possible. Even with the bond, even with the veil, the magic required would be impossible, Luna finished. We know. But impossible keeps happening. Dumbledore returned to his desk, lowering himself into his chair with the careful movements of someone carrying invisible weight. Then we must prepare for Voldemort to learn of this bond. To seek to understand it, corrupt it, use it against you. Can he? Harry asked. Use it against us? I don't know. The bond is unlike anything in his experience. He deals in domination, control, the subjugation of magic to his will. A connection based on equality and mutual trust may be beyond his comprehension. Dumbledore paused. But never underestimate his ability to corrupt. He's done it before, with magic far purer than this. Harry thought about the Horcrux in his scar, the fragment of Voldemort's soul that made him a living anchor for darkness. If anyone could corrupt the bond, it would be that piece of Voldemort lodged in his own mind. As if reading his thoughts, Luna's hand tightened on his. The darkness in you is part of the bond now. Transformed, not removed. Voldemort can't control what he doesn't recognize. Asterisk. The thought came through the thread clearly, and Harry felt its truth in his bones. There's something else, Dumbledore said slowly. Something I've hesitated to share, but now I think you need to know. He reached into a drawer and withdrew a familiar object, a shallow stone basin etched with runes that seemed to move in the firelight. The pensieve. I've collected memories over the years. Fragments of prophecy, glimpses of the future, pieces of a puzzle I've been trying to solve for decades. He set the pensieve on his desk, its contents swirling with silver light. Some of these memories concern you directly, Harry. Others concern the bond, or the possibility of such a bond. I didn't understand them before. Now, I think I might. Luna leaned forward, her eyes bright with curiosity. You have memories of bonded pairs. Not directly. But I have memories of those who prophesied about them. Seers throughout history who glimpsed something they couldn't fully describe. Two souls intertwined, balancing light and shadow, appearing at a time of great darkness. Dumbledore gestured toward the pensieve. Would you like to see? Harry looked at Luna. Through the thread, he felt her answer before she spoke. Yes, they said together. Dumbledore smiled, a real smile, warm and sad and hopeful all at once. Then come, let me show you what the seers saw. He raised his wand to his temple and drew forth a long, silvery memory, adding it to the swirling contents of the pensieve. Then he gestured for them to approach. Together, Harry and Luna leaned forward and plunged into the past. They fell through centuries of prophecy, each memory carrying them deeper into the mysteries the seers had glimpsed. A woman in medieval robes, eyes white with vision, speaking of, two who shall be one when darkness threatens all. A man in Renaissance finery, scribbling frantically as images of silver light poured through him. A child, no older than 5, chanting in her sleep about the boy who died and the girl who saw, together they will remake what was broken. Each prophecy was fragmentary, incomplete, but together they formed a pattern. A picture emerging from scattered pieces. Two souls. One marked by death, one marked by vision. Bonded before birth, destined to find each other when magic most needed them. Harry and Luna watched themselves being described across centuries, and felt the weight of what they'd become. When they finally emerged from the pensieve, gasping for breath, Dumbledore was waiting with hot tea and gentle eyes. "You see now," he said quietly. "This isn't new. This isn't accident. The bond between you has been coming for longer than Hogwarts has stood. Longer than the Founders lived. Perhaps longer than magic itself has existed in this world." Harry sank into his chair, overwhelmed. Beside him, Luna sat perfectly still, but he could feel through the thread that she was processing the same flood of information, fitting it into the understanding she'd already built. "What do we do?" Harry asked. "With all of this, with what we are, what do we actually do?" Dumbledore considered the question with the gravity it deserved. "You live, you learn, you love each other with the fullness the bond makes possible. And you trust that when the moment comes, the moment all these prophecies point toward, you'll know what's required." "That's not very specific." "No, it's not." Dumbledore smiled ruefully. "I'm afraid prophecy rarely is. The future isn't fixed, it's a web of possibilities, shifting with every choice made. The seers saw what could be, not what must be. That distinction matters. Then we have choices," Luna said. "The bond doesn't determine our path, it just gives us more options." "Exactly." Dumbledore nodded approvingly. "The prophecies you've witnessed describe potential, not destiny. The bond makes certain things possible that wouldn't be otherwise. But whether those things come to pass, whether you fulfill the hopes of centuries, that depends entirely on you." Harry felt the thread pulse with understanding. They weren't puppets of fate, dancing to some ancient tune. They were partners in something vast, co-creators of a future no seer could fully predict. "One more thing," Dumbledore said. "About Voldemort. About what he'll do when he learns of this bond." They waited. "He'll try to separate you. To break what you've built. Not through direct attack, he's too clever for that, and the bond would likely repel such attempts. No, he'll try to make you doubt each other. To plant suspicion, fear, the kind of small fractures that grow into chasms." Dumbledore's eyes held warning. "The bond is strong, but it's not invulnerable. Doubt can poison anything, even soul-deep connection. How do we protect against that?" Harry asked. "By trusting each other. By communicating openly. By remembering, when doubt whispers, that the bond chose you for a reason." Dumbledore smiled at them both. "And by knowing that you're not alone. Whatever comes, you have allies who will stand with you." The fire crackled. Fawkes sang softly from his perch. And somewhere in the darkness, Voldemort waited, unaware that his greatest threat wasn't Harry's power or Dumbledore's wisdom, but a connection he couldn't understand and couldn't break. They left the office as the sun set, walking through corridors that seemed brighter than before. The thread pulsed warm between them, carrying the weight of centuries and the hope of futures yet unwritten. "He's right," Luna said quietly. "About Voldemort trying to separate us. He'll use everything, your friends, my strangeness, the pressures of the war." "I know. Can we survive that? Can the bond survive that kind of pressure?" Harry stopped walking, turning to face her fully. In the torchlight, her pale eyes held galaxies of fear and hope and love. "The bond isn't just us," he said. "It's everything we've been through, everything we've shared, everything we've become. It survived the veil. It survived the department. It'll survive whatever he throws at us." Luna studied him for a long moment, then smiled, that strange, beautiful smile that made his heart ache. "You really believe that?" "I really do." He took her hand, feeling the thread blaze with shared certainty. "Because it's not just magic, Luna. It's us. And we're not going anywhere." In the distance, the dinner bell rang. Students streamed past them toward the Great Hall, oblivious to the conversation that had just happened, to the prophecies that had been witnessed, to the bond that was changing everything. And in Dumbledore's office, the headmaster watched through his window as two figures walked across the grounds, hands clasped, silver thread invisible but undeniable connecting them. He'd watched Harry for 5 years, guided him, protected him as best he could. But this bond, was beyond his guidance. Beyond anyone's guidance. All he could do was trust. And hope that trust was enough. Chapter 8 Horcrux Sensitivity. February arrived with storms, not the gentle snows of January, but howling winds and freezing rain that lashed against the castle windows like something angry trying to get in. Students huddled in common rooms, professors cancelled classes, and the halls echoed with the particular restlessness of people forced indoors too long. Harry felt the weather in his bones. Not the cold, that was ordinary, manageable. Something else. A pressure behind his scar that had nothing to do with Voldemort's emotions and everything to do with the storm's strange magic. Luna felt it too. When they met in the Whispering Gallery, their sanctuary, unchanged by weather or war, her eyes held that distant look that meant she was tracking something beyond ordinary perception. "The castle is restless," she said. "Not just the students, the stones themselves. Something's disturbing the deep magic. The storm, partially. But storms come and go. This is different. This feels like," she paused, head tilted. "Like something underground has woken up." Harry thought about the dungeons, the foundations, the ancient magic that ran beneath Hogwarts like blood through veins. The Horcruxes. There are 2 in the castle, aren't there? The diary's gone, but the locket, we never found it. And the cup. The cup is in Gringotts. The locket. Luna closed her eyes, reaching through the bond towards something Harry couldn't sense. The locket is here. Somewhere. Hidden. Waiting. Harry's scar blazed, not with pain, but with recognition. The fragment of Voldemort's soul inside him was responding to the presence of another fragment. Like called to like across the distance. "We have to find it," he said. "Destroy it. We have to find it first. Dumbledore's been searching for months. If he hasn't located it, we won't either." Not through ordinary means. Luna opened her eyes, and they held that ancient knowing. But we're not ordinary. The bond gives us something Dumbledore doesn't have. Sensitivity to Horcruxes. To soul magic. The dark kind and the light kind both. She touched his scar, feather light. "That thing in you, it's connected to every other piece of him. And through our bond, I'm connected to it too. Together, we might be able to sense what Dumbledore can't." Harry understood. The bond had already let them reach across worlds, shift the foundations of the Department of Mysteries, create magic that hadn't existed in centuries. Sensing the locket should be possible, should be easy compared to what they'd already done. "When do we start?" Luna smiled. "Now. They began in the Room of Requirement, the place where Harry had once held DA meetings, where so much of his Hogwarts life had centered. If the locket was hidden somewhere in the castle, this room seemed the likeliest place. It responded to need, after all, and someone had needed to hide something dark. Harry closed his eyes, reaching through the bond toward Luna's awareness. Together, they extended their senses beyond the physical, beyond the ordinary, into the layers of magic that wrapped the castle like invisible silk. At first, nothing. The room's magic was neutral, responsive but not active, waiting for someone to need something. Then, beneath that neutrality, a whisper of something else. Darkness. Not the ordinary darkness of shadows or night, but something intentional. Something that wanted to remain hidden. Harry's scar prickled. "There. Do you feel it?" Luna nodded slowly. "Faint. Like an echo of an echo. But yes, there's something here. Or was here. Recently." They searched the room, every corner, every hidden space the magic might create. But the locket wasn't there. Whatever they'd sensed had already moved on. "Someone took it," Harry said. "Someone moved it. Mundungus Fletcher." Luna's voice held certainty. "He's been stealing from Grimmauld Place for months. The locket was there, I remember seeing it in the cabinet when we were cleaning. He must have taken it before anyone realized what it was." Harry's heart sank. If Mundungus had the locket, it could be anywhere by now, sold to some unsuspecting buyer, lost in the depths of Nocturne Alley, melted down for its gold without anyone knowing the horror it contained. "We have to find him. Find the locket before." "Before what?" "Before it does what it's meant to do." Luna touched his arm, grounding him. "The locket can't be destroyed easily, Harry. Even if someone buys it, even if they wear it, it will take time to corrupt them. We have time. Not much. Every day it's out there, someone else is in danger. Then we use the bond to track it. The same way we sensed it here." Her eyes held steady. "We're connected to all the Horcruxes now, not just the one in you. The bond amplifies that connection. We can find them, Harry. All of them." The weight of that, finding and destroying 7 pieces of Voldemort's soul, settled onto Harry's shoulders. But beside it, through the thread, came Luna's strength. Her certainty. Her absolute refusal to let darkness win. "Where do we start?" "Mundungus." He's the key to the locket. In Mundungus, Luna closed her eyes, reaching. Mundungus is in Hogsmeade, at the Hog's Head. He's been there for 3 days, avoiding someone he owes money to. How do you know that? The whispers. The castle hears everything, and it shares with those who listen. She opened her eyes, smiling slightly. Also, I saw him through the window when we passed through Hogsmeade last weekend. He was wearing a very obvious disguise. Harry laughed, actually laughed, the tension breaking. Only Luna could combine mystical insight with practical observation so seamlessly. Can we get to Hogsmeade? Umbridge has been tightening the rules. We're not going to Hogsmeade. Luna took his hand, and the thread blazed with intent. We're going to reach Mundungus the way we reached the Department of Mysteries. Through the veil. Through the bond. The veil. Luna, that nearly killed me last time. This is different. We're not crossing into the Hall of Prophecy, we're just extending our awareness. Touching his mind long enough to see what he knows. She squeezed his hand. And this time, we'll be prepared. We'll anchor each other more strongly. And we won't stay long. Harry thought about Bellatrix's spell, about the moment he'd nearly been pulled into somewhere unknown. The memory still woke him some nights, heart pounding, Luna's name on his lips. But he trusted her, trusted the bond, trusted that whatever they faced, they'd face it together. Show me how. They returned to the thin place, the hidden chamber where the ancient veil shimmered with its own cold light. The door opened at their approach now, recognizing them as belonging to this space as much as any living thing could belong. The veil was calm today, its surface barely rippling, the whispers from beyond reduced to a faint murmur. Harry felt his parents' presence somewhere in that murmur, distant but aware, watching over him as they'd promised. Luna led him to the spot where they'd stood before, close enough to feel the veil's cold but not close enough to be pulled in. Her hand never left his. Reach toward Mundungus, she instructed. Not with your mind, with the bond. Let the bond be your guide. The veil will carry you. Harry closed his eyes and reached. At first, only darkness. Then, gradually, shapes began to form, not images, exactly, but impressions. He was moving through something vast and cold, carried by currents he couldn't control, searching for a presence he'd know when he found it. And then, Mundungus Fletcher, hunched over a grimy table in the Hog's Head Inn, nursing a drink he couldn't afford and watching the door with the furtive attention of someone expecting trouble. Harry could see him clearly now, not with eyes but with something deeper. Could feel the man's fear, his greed, his desperate hope that the next scheme would be the one that finally paid off. Through the bond, Luna's presence anchored him. Ask him about the locket. Harry focused on the locket, its weight, its darkness, the way it had felt when he'd touched it in Grimmauld Place without knowing what it was. He pushed that image toward Mundungus through the veil. The man jerked as if struck. Who's there? His voice was a hoarse whisper, eyes darting around the empty corner of the pub. I know someone's there, I can feel it. The locket, Harry pushed. Where is it? Mundungus's face went pale. How do you know about that? I didn't mean no harm, just a bit of business, sold it to someone who wanted it fair and square. Who? Dunno his name. Tall bloke, posh accent, paid in gold, real gold, none of your leprechaun tricks. Mundungus was sweating now, clearly terrified by the voice in his head. Said he was collecting dark objects for some museum or other. Paid double what it was worth. I didn't ask questions. Where did he go? Where did he take it? Couldn't say. He mentioned the ministry, though, said something about needing clearance to import dark objects. Maybe there, maybe somewhere else. Mundungus pressed himself against the wall, eyes wide. Please, whoever you are, I told you everything, leave me alone. Harry withdrew. The journey back through the veil was easier this time, Luna's presence a steady anchor, the thread between them blazing with shared purpose. Moments later, he opened his eyes in the thin place, gasping but whole. The ministry, he said. Someone at the ministry bought the locket. Luna's expression darkened. That's worse than Nocturne Alley. If a ministry official has it, if they're wearing it, the corruption could spread through the entire government. Umbridge. The name came to Harry with sick certainty. She collects dark objects. Pretends they're for study, for confiscation, but really, she likes them. The locket would call to someone like her. Luna considered this. It's possible. But we can't be sure without. She stopped. Her eyes went wide, and through the bond Harry felt something he'd never felt from her before. Fear. Luna. What is it? The other Horcruxes. I can feel them, all of them. Her voice shook. Harry, there are more than we thought. So many more. And one of them is here. Here. In the castle. Not the castle. In you. She touched his scar, and through her touch Harry felt what she felt. The fragment of Voldemort's soul lodged in his own mind, suddenly visible in ways it hadn't been before. The bond is showing me what you carry. What you've always carried. Harry had known about the Horcrux for months, had accepted it, made peace with it as much as anyone could. But feeling Luna perceive it directly, feel its weight in darkness and hunger, that was different. That was exposure. Can you see it clearly? Not see. Sense. It's like a shadow behind your eyes. A cold spot in your warmth. Tears formed in her eyes, though her voice stayed steady. You've been carrying this your whole life, Harry. Carrying him. And I never knew. You know now. I know now. She pressed her forehead to his, and through the thread he felt her love pouring into him, washing against the darkness, not removing it but surrounding it, containing it, refusing to let it define him. We'll find a way to remove it. The bond, the deep magic, there has to be a way. The texts mentioned bonded pairs helping each other overcome dark magic. Not Horcruxes specifically, but she pulled back, her eyes bright with sudden certainty. Harry, what if the bond doesn't just let us sense Horcruxes? What if it lets us destroy them? Together. The idea was staggering. Harry had always assumed destroying the Horcruxes would require basilisk venom or fiendfire or some other catastrophic magic. But what if the bond itself was the weapon? What if the thing that connected him to Luna could also sever Voldemort's connection to life? It's possible, he said slowly. Dumbledore said the bond was unlike anything Voldemort understands. If we can use it against the Horcruxes, against the one in me. We have to be careful. The fragment in you is part of you now, has been for 16 years. Destroying it won't be like destroying an object. It'll be like, Luna's voice faltered. Like losing part of yourself. I know. Harry had thought about this, dreamed about it, dreaded it. The Horcrux was Voldemort's soul, but it was also his. Removing it would change him in ways he couldn't predict. But you won't be alone. Luna's hand found his. Whatever happens, whatever we face it together. That's what the bond is for. In the thin place, the veil shimmered as if acknowledging their words. The cold remained, but so did the warmth between them, the thread that connected them across any distance, any darkness, any fear. We need to tell Dumbledore, Harry said. About Mundungus, about the Ministry, about, he touched his scar. About this. He'll want to examine the bond. Understand it better. Let him. Maybe he'll see something we've missed. Luna nodded, and together they turned from the veil, walking back through the hidden corridors toward the world of classes and meals and ordinary concerns. But nothing felt ordinary anymore. Not with the Horcruxes calling to them from across Britain. Not with the fragment in Harry's scar pulsing with awareness of its brethren. Not with the bond growing stronger every day, revealing truths they'd never imagined. In Dumbledore's office, they found the headmaster waiting, as if he'd known they were coming. The pensieve sat on his desk, fresh memories swirling in its depths. I felt a disturbance, he said quietly. In the ancient magic. You've been reaching again. The locket, Harry said. Mundungus sold it to someone at the Ministry. And Luna can sense the Horcruxes now. All of them, including the one in me. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. She can sense them. Through the bond. Clearly, Luna confirmed. Not their locations, not yet. But their presence. Their number. There are more than we thought. How many? Luna closed her eyes, reaching through the bond toward the darkness she could now perceive. When she opened them, her face was pale. 7. Plus the one in Harry. 8 fragments total. Dumbledore's expression didn't change, but something in his eyes dimmed. 8. He split his soul into 8 pieces. 7 Horcruxes, Harry clarified. Plus the piece still in him. 8 total. More than any dark wizard in history. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, the weight of centuries in his posture. And you can sense them all. Not individually. But the bond gives me resonance. Like hearing a chorus instead of single voices. Luna touched her chest where the thread lived. They're all connected. And through Harry, I'm connected to them. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment, his gaze moving between them. When he spoke, his voice held something Harry had rarely heard there: wonder. The bond has given you what I've spent decades trying to achieve: direct perception of Voldemort's soul fragments. If we can use this, if we can track the Horcruxes through your connection, we can find them all, Harry finished. Destroy them all, perhaps. But destroying them, Dumbledore's eyes rested on Harry's scar. That's a different matter. The one in you especially. I know. Harry met his gaze steadily. But knowing is better than not knowing. And having Luna, having the bond, makes it possible to face. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Then we begin. Tomorrow, we start hunting Horcruxes in earnest. But tonight, he smiled, though it didn't quite reach his eyes. Tonight, you rest. Both of you. What's coming will demand everything you have. They left the office as the castle settled into its evening rhythms. In the corridors, students passed them without a second glance, ordinary teenagers with ordinary concerns, unaware of the conversation that had just happened, the hunt that was about to begin. Harry walked Luna to the Ravenclaw common room, their hands clasped, the thread pulsing with shared purpose. Can you really sense them all? He asked quietly. The Horcruxes? Not yet. But I will. The bond is growing stronger every day, every time we're together, every time we use it. Soon, I'll be able to find them the way I find you. She stopped at the door, turning to face him. And Harry, when we find the one in you, when we're ready to remove it, I'll be there. I won't let you face that alone. Harry looked at her, this strange, beautiful, impossible girl who'd become more essential to him than breathing, and felt something shift in his chest. Not the thread, not the bond, but something deeper. Something that had been growing since the moment they'd met on the train. I love you, he said. The words hung in the air between them, simple and enormous. Luna smiled, that smile that transformed her whole face, and through the thread he felt her answer before she spoke. I know. I've always known. And I love you too. They stood together in the torchlit corridor, two teenagers carrying the weight of a war and the hope of a world, connected by a bond that was older than magic and stronger than any darkness. And somewhere in the depths of the castle, the Horcruxes waited, calling to them through the darkness, challenging them to become what they were meant to be. The hunt had begun. Chapter 9 The Forbidden Forest Awakening. March arrived like a lion, howling winds and relentless rain that turned the grounds into a quagmire and kept students confined to the castle for days on end. Harry barely noticed the weather. His world had narrowed to the bond, to Luna, to the growing awareness of the Horcruxes that called to them from across Britain. Luna's sensitivity had sharpened through weeks of practice until she could close her eyes and point toward each fragment of Voldemort's soul, not precisely, but with growing accuracy. The locket, she said, was somewhere in London. The cup remained deep underground, presumably at Gringotts. The diadem, she frowned whenever she reached for that one, was closer. Much closer. Here, she said one evening in the Whispering Gallery. The diadem is here, in the castle. Harry's scar prickled. Where? Can you pinpoint it? Not exactly. The signal is muddled. Something's interfering. She closed her eyes, reaching through the bond toward the darkness she could now perceive clearly. It's nearby but hidden. Warded, maybe. Or in a place that's hard to reach magically. The room of requirement. That's where people hide things they don't want found. Luna opened her eyes, nodding slowly. The same room where you held your DA meetings. The magic there is responsive, it creates what's needed. If someone needed to hide a dark object, the room would provide a space. Harry remembered the room's ability to become anything, a training ground, a hideout, a labyrinth of hidden things. If the diadem was there, they could search for weeks and never find it. We need to be sure, he said. Before we tell Dumbledore. Then we go there. Together. The bond might sense what we can't see. The room of requirement materialized as they paced before it, a door where none had been, opening onto a space that shouldn't exist. Harry stepped through first, Luna close behind, and found himself in a cavernous chamber filled with centuries of hidden objects. Towering piles of broken furniture, tarnished silver, and forgotten treasures rose around them like the skeleton of some vast beast. Harry had seen it before, during his DA days, but never with this purpose, never searching for something specific. Luna stopped just inside the door, her eyes wide. Oh, what? She pressed a hand to her chest, where the thread pulsed urgently. The diadem is here, I can feel it, but there's something else too. Something older. Something the room is protecting. Harry reached through the bond, trying to sense what she sensed. At first, only the familiar pull of the Horcrux, that dark thread connecting all of Voldemort's fragments. But beneath it, something else stirred. A presence that felt almost like the deep magic, but different. Wilder. More ancient. The forest, he breathed. It feels like the forbidden forest. Luna's eyes met his. The room is connected to the forest. Magically, not physically. The same ancient power flows through both. Before Harry could ask what that meant, the room shifted. Piles of objects rearranged themselves, creating a path that hadn't existed moments before. Not leading deeper into the room, leading toward something. Toward the presence they'd both sensed. Do we follow? Luna asked. We follow. They walked through canyons of forgotten things, vanished cabinets, broken wands, portraits so old their subjects had faded to silver ghosts. The path wound deeper into the room's impossible depths, past objects that hummed with residual magic, past shadows that seemed to watch them pass. And then, at the end of the path, a pedestal. On it rested a battered tiara, tarnished silver, set with small diamonds that had lost their sparkle. The diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw. And around it, pulsing with darkness, the unmistakable aura of a Horcrux. There, Harry whispered. That's it. Luna approached slowly, her eyes fixed on the diadem. It's beautiful. Even corrupted, even dark, there's something beautiful in it. That's the Horcrux talking. It wants you to feel that. No. She shook her head, certain. The beauty is real. Ravenclaw's magic is still in it, under the darkness. The diadem remembers what it was before he touched it. Harry felt it too, faint, almost buried beneath the Horcrux's malevolence, a whisper of something bright. The original magic of the object, fighting against the corruption imposed upon it. We have to destroy it, he said. Whatever beauty remains, it's still a piece of his soul. I know. Luna turned from the diadem, her eyes holding that ancient knowing. But not here. Not in this room. The diadem's magic is connected to the forest, to something deeper than Hogwarts. If we destroy it here, we might damage that connection. Where, then? The forest itself. The place where the ancient magic runs strongest. She took his hand, and through the thread he felt her certainty. The centaurs know about such things. They've been watching us, Harry. Waiting for us to come. The forbidden forest had always felt alive to Harry, dangerously alive, with its hidden creatures and shifting paths and ancient, watching presence. But tonight, with Luna at his side and the bond pulsing warm between them, the forest felt different. It felt like recognition. The trees seemed to lean toward them as they passed, their branches forming arches overhead. The usual sounds, snaps and rustles and distant calls, had quieted to a listening silence. Even the creatures they encountered, a family of centaurs, a pair of thestrals, watched them pass without interference, as if they'd been expected. They know we're coming, Luna observed. The forest has told them. How does the forest tell anyone anything? The same way the castle whispers. The same way the veil speaks. Ancient magic doesn't need words. She smiled at him, and in the darkness her eyes held starlight. You've always been able to feel it, Harry. You just never had a name for it before. They walked deeper into the forest, following a path that appeared beneath their feet and vanished behind them. The thread between them pulsed with increasing intensity, responding to something ahead, something that called to the bond the way the veil had called. And then they emerged into a clearing. It was circular, perfectly so, ringed by trees so old their bark seemed to glow with inner light. At the center stood a single stone, not placed there, but growing from the earth like a tree made of rock. And on that stone, carved in letters that shifted as Harry watched. For those who seek the truth between worlds. Luna approached the stone slowly, her hand trailing across its surface. This is older than Hogwarts. Older than the founders. Older than human magic in this land. What is it? A meeting place. A threshold. The place where the deep magic touches the surface most directly. She turned to him, and in the starlight her eyes held galaxies. This is where we destroy the diadem. Here, where the ancient magic can witness and transform what we do. Harry drew the diadem from his cloak. They'd taken it from the room of requirement, wrapped in cloth that couldn't quite contain its darkness. Even through the fabric, he felt its malevolence, its hunger, its desperate clinging to existence. How do we destroy it? Basilisk venom. Fiend fire. Neither. Luna took the diadem from him, unwrapping it carefully. We used the bond. The same way we reached through the veil, the same way we merged our Petronises. We pour ourselves into destroying this, all our light, all our love, everything the bond has made us. That could kill us. It could. But I don't think it will. She met his eyes, steady and sure. The deep magic has been waiting for us, Harry. For this moment. It won't let us die before we've done what we came to do. Harry wanted to argue, wanted to protect her from the danger they were walking into. But the bond wouldn't let him. Through it, he felt her certainty, her courage, her absolute refusal to let fear guide her choices. He loved her too much to hold her back. Together, he said. Together. They placed the diadem on the stone between them, its tarnished surface catching the starlight. Then, hand in hand, they closed their eyes and reached through the bond toward the ancient magic waiting beneath the forest. At first, nothing. Then, recognition. Asterisk. The deep magic rose to meet them like a waking giant, vast and slow and impossibly old. It examined them, their bond, their purpose, the darkness they carried, and found them worthy. Show us what you would destroy. Asterisk. Harry pushed the image of the diadem toward that ancient awareness, its beauty, its corruption, the piece of Voldemort's soul that squirmed within it like a worm in an apple. We would free it, asterisk he thought. Free the object from the darkness. Free the soul fragment from its anchor. Asterisk. And the fragment, what of it? Asterisk. Luna's answer came through the bond, clear as crystal. It returns to wherever such fragments go. Dissolves. Ceases to be. We don't destroy souls, we release them from unnatural form. Asterisk. The deep magic considered this. Around them, the forest held its breath. Then, approved. Asterisk. Power flooded through them. Not their power, something older, something vast, something that had been waiting since before humans walked this earth. It poured through the bond like light through a prism, separating into streams that wrapped around the diadem, around the Horcrux, around the darkness that had taken root in something beautiful. Harry felt Voldemort's soul fragment scream. Not in pain, in protest. In denial of its own dissolution. It fought against the ancient magic, against the bond, against the combined will of two teenagers who refused to let darkness endure. But it couldn't win. The deep magic was older than Voldemort's ambition, older than his fear of death, older than the very concept of Horcruxes. It had witnessed the birth of souls and would witness their ending. And when a fragment clung where it shouldn't, the ancient magic could, with the right channel, the right moment, the right bond, set things right. The diadem blazed with light. Not the cold light of the veil, but something warmer, the light of creation, of healing, of things being restored to what they should be. The tarnish burned away, revealing silver that shone like new. The diamonds caught the light and threw it back in rainbows. And the darkness, the crawling, clinging darkness of Voldemort's soul, dissolved like mist in morning sun. Harry felt it go. Felt the fragment's resistance, its fury, its final dissolution into nothing. Felt, too, the diadem's relief, the ancient artifact's joy at being itself again, free of the corruption that had twisted it for decades. Then the power withdrew, settling back into the earth, leaving Harry and Luna gasping on the forest floor. The diadem lay on the stone between them, clean and bright and utterly free. We did it, Harry whispered. We actually did it. Luna's face was streaked with tears, but she was smiling, that beautiful, transforming smile. The bond did it. We just provided the channel. Together, they reached for the diadem. When their fingers touched its surface, warmth flooded through them, not the bond's warmth, but the artifact's gratitude. It had waited centuries to be free, and they had freed it. Should we return it? Harry asked. To Ravenclaw Tower. It belongs there. Luna considered. Not yet. The Horcrux is gone, but the diadem's magic is still connected to the forest, to the deep magic. Leaving it here, for now, might be right. They placed it back on the stone, where it caught the starlight and glowed with quiet contentment. The forest around them seemed to exhale, tension released, ancient approval radiating from every tree. And then, movement. Centaurs emerged from the trees, their proud forms silhouetted against the darkness. Firenze was among them, along with others Harry recognized from his studies. They formed a circle around the clearing, watching Harry and Luna with eyes that held centuries of wisdom. The bond has proven itself, Firenze said, his voice carrying the particular resonance of his kind. The forest witnessed what you did here. The ancient magic acknowledges you. What does that mean? Harry asked. It means you are no longer merely students, no longer merely children caught in a war. Firenze gestured toward the diadem, still glowing on its stone. You have touched the deep magic and been found worthy. The forest will aid you now, when you need it. Luna stepped forward, her strange grace matching the centaur's dignity. The other Horcruxes. Can you help us find them? The forest sees much, but not all. The fragments of the Dark One's soul are hidden in places the old magic does not reach. Firenze's eyes met hers. But when you are ready to destroy them, bring them here. The deep magic will do for them what it did for this one. Harry felt hope kindle in his chest. Real hope, not the desperate hope of survival but the hope of victory. If they could bring the Horcruxes here, to this clearing, the ancient magic would destroy them. They wouldn't need basilisk venom or fiendfire or any of the dangerous methods Dumbledore had described. We have to tell Dumbledore, he said. He needs to know about this place. Dumbledore knows, Firenze said quietly. He has known for many years. But the deep magic does not act for just anyone. It has been waiting for you. The centaurs withdrew as silently as they'd come, leaving Harry and Luna alone in the clearing with the diadem and the starlight and the profound silence of the ancient forest. Luna sank onto the grass, exhaustion finally catching up with her. Harry sat beside her, wrapping an arm around her shoulders, feeling the thread pulse with shared weariness and shared triumph. We destroyed a Horcrux, she murmured. With love, with connection, with ancient magic no one's used in centuries. We destroyed a Horcrux. Harry pressed his lips to her hair, breathing in the scent of forest and starlight and Luna. 1 down, 6 to go, 6.5. She touched his scar, feather light. The one in you is different. We'll need to be careful with that one. I know. But we have time. We have the bond. And now we have this place. He looked around the clearing, at the ancient trees and the glowing stone and the diadem resting peacefully at its center. The deep magic is on our side. Luna tilted her head, listening to frequencies he couldn't reach. It always has been. We just didn't know how to listen. They sat together as the night deepened, watched by stars and trees and the ancient awareness that slept beneath the forest. The bond pulsed warm between them, stronger than ever, forged anew by what they'd done together. In the distance, an owl called. The forest rustled with nocturnal life. And somewhere in London, Voldemort felt a tremor in his soul, one less anchor keeping him tethered to life. The war had just shifted. And the bond had become its greatest weapon. They returned to the castle as dawn broke, exhausted but exhilarated. The diadem remained in the clearing, guarded by magic older than Hogwarts, waiting for the day when the other Horcruxes would join it. Dumbledore met them at the entrance, his eyes bright with something that might have been tears. I felt it, he said quietly. The moment the fragment dissolved. The whole castle felt it, the ancient magic woke, just for an instant, and rejoiced. We destroyed it, Harry said. The diadem, the Horcrux, with the deep magic, with the bond. Dumbledore nodded slowly, wonder in his ancient eyes. I've waited decades for this. Hoped for it, planned for it, but never truly believed I'd see it. He looked at them both, really looked, seeing past their exhaustion to the bond that connected them. You've done what no one else could. What no one else has done since the founders walked these halls. It wasn't us, Luna said. It was the deep magic. We just provided the channel. Perhaps. But the deep magic has existed for millennia without finding the right channel. You are not merely conduits, you are chosen. There's a difference. Dumbledore smiled, and for a moment he looked younger, lighter, freed from some of the weight he'd carried so long. Come, rest. Tomorrow, we plan the next step. They followed him into the castle, through corridors that seemed brighter than before, past students who had no idea what had happened in the forest. The thread pulsed between them, warm and steady, carrying the knowledge of what they'd achieved. In the entrance to Ravenclaw Tower, Harry stopped Luna with a gentle hand. Tonight, he said, what we did, I couldn't have done it without you. Any of it. The bond, the destruction, the everything. Luna smiled, that strange beautiful smile that made his heart ache. That's what halves do. They make each other whole enough to face the dark. She kissed him then, softly, briefly, a promise of more when the war allowed such things. Through the bond, he felt everything she couldn't say, love and fear and hope and determination, all tangled together in the beautiful chaos of being alive. Then she was gone, through the door to her common room, leaving Harry alone with the thread pulsing warm and the memory of her lips on his. In the forest, the diadem glowed on its stone, waiting for the other fragments to join it. And in the depths of the castle, the deep magic stirred with something that felt almost like hope. Chapter 10 The Silver Prophecy. April brought impossible weather, days of sunshine followed by sudden hailstorms, warm winds that carried the scent of distant seas, nights so clear the stars seemed close enough to touch. The castle responded to the strange magic in the air, its corridors shifting more than usual, its portraits reporting conversations that hadn't happened in rooms that didn't exist. Harry felt the shift in his bones. The bond pulsed with unusual intensity, as if something was trying to communicate through it, something vast and ancient and impatient. Luna felt it too. They spent every free moment in the Whispering Gallery, reaching through the thread toward the source of the disturbance, but whatever called to them remained frustratingly out of reach. Until the night of the storm. It came without warning, a crack of thunder so loud it shook the castle's foundations, lightning that lit the sky like daylight, wind that howled through corridors that had stood sealed for centuries. Students huddled in common rooms, professors cast protective wards, and somewhere in the depths of Hogwarts, something ancient woke. Harry found himself running before he consciously decided to move. The thread pulled him toward Luna, toward the source of the disturbance, toward whatever had been waiting for this moment. She met him at the entrance to the Whispering Gallery, her eyes wide with that ancient knowing. "It's time," she said. "The prophecy, the silver prophecy, it's ready to be spoken. The one from the texts. The one about bonded pairs. The same. It's been waiting for us, for the right moment, the right conditions. The storm is part of it. The bond is part of it. Everything we've done has led to this." Together, they descended into the castle's depths, not toward the thin place, but deeper, toward foundations so old they predated Hogwarts itself. The thread guided them through corridors that shouldn't exist, past doorways that opened onto darkness, down staircases that spiraled into the earth. And then, a chamber. It was circular, domed, larger than the Great Hall. The walls were carved with symbols that moved in the lightning's intermittent glow, scenes of magic so old no historian had recorded them. At the center, a single pedestal rose from the floor, and on that pedestal rested a sphere of pure silver light. The prophecy sphere. But unlike the ones in the Department of Mysteries, this sphere wasn't dusty or forgotten. It pulsed, with light, with life, with awareness that sharpened as Harry and Luna approached. "The silver prophecy," Luna breathed. "It's been here all along. Under the castle. Waiting. Waiting for what? For us." She took his hand, and through the thread he felt her certainty. For the bonded pair strong enough to hear it without being destroyed. The sphere brightened as they approached, its silver light casting their shadows huge against the carved walls. And then, a voice. Not from the sphere, but from everywhere at once. From the stones, from the air, from the bond itself. "Two souls, one light, one shadow bound, shall walk the path where fate is found. Not born of prophecy's design, but chosen by the ancient sign." Harry's scar prickled. The voice wasn't threatening, it was welcoming. As if the prophecy had been waiting centuries just to speak to them. "The one marked by death's embrace shall find in vision's child a grace. Together they shall see what's hidden, and do what long has been forbidden." Luna's hand tightened on his. Through the bond, he felt her recognition. The prophecy was describing them. Describing what they'd already done. Not to destroy, not to defeat, but ancient magic to complete. The balance tipping, long off center, shall find in them its true restorer. The silver light intensified, filling the chamber with brilliance that should have blinded but instead felt like being seen, truly seen, for the first time. When darkness rises, claiming all, and even hope begins to fall, the bonded pair shall stand between, and make the things that were not, be seen. They shall not fight with wand or blade, nor seek the victories others made. Their power lies in what they share. The thread of magic, strong and rare. Through them, the deep magic shall flow, and teach the world what it must know. That love is not a gentle thing, but force enough to break a king. That death is not the end of all, but threshold through which some may call. That darkness, witnessed and released, can fade and finally find its peace. Asterisk. Harry felt tears on his cheeks. The prophecy was beautiful, terrible and beautiful and true in ways he couldn't explain. So let them come, the two made one, beneath the light of dying sun, and let them stand where none have stood, and do for magic what they would. Asterisk. The silver thread that binds their souls shall make them greater than their roles. Not saviors, not destroyers, no, but witnesses to all below. Asterisk. And when the final choice is made, when light and shadow start to fade, the bond shall show them what to choose, and magic shall its balance lose. Asterisk. But losing is not ending, see. It's transformation, wild and free. The old ways die so new may grow, and through the bond, the world shall know. Asterisk. The silver light dimmed slowly, withdrawing into the sphere until only a faint glow remained. The chamber fell silent except for their breathing and the distant rumble of thunder above. Harry turned to Luna. Her face was wet with tears too, but she was smiling, that beautiful, transforming smile. It's us, he whispered. The whole prophecy, it's about us. About what we can become. What we will become, if we choose it. She reached up, wiping tears from his cheeks with surprising gentleness. Not saviors. Not destroyers. Witnesses. The prophecy says we're witnesses. Witnesses to what? To everything. To the death of the old ways and the birth of the new. To magic finding its balance again. She pressed her forehead to his, and through the bond he felt her wonder, her fear, her absolute certainty. We're not meant to win the war, Harry. We're meant to transform it. The words settled into him like seeds into soil. For years, he'd carried the weight of being the chosen one, the boy who would defeat Voldemort or die trying. But this prophecy offered something different. Something harder and simpler at once. Not victory. Transformation. Not death. Witness. We have to tell Dumbledore, he said. He already knows. Or suspects. Luna pulled back, looking toward the sphere that still glowed faintly on its pedestal. But there's more. The prophecy isn't finished. Harry frowned. It sounded finished. It spoke of what we are and what we'll do. It didn't speak of how. She approached the sphere slowly, her hand reaching toward its silver surface. The deep magic doesn't give instructions, it gives possibilities. We have to choose the how ourselves. Then we choose together. Harry joined her, their hands hovering together over the sphere's glowing surface. Whatever comes, however we do this, together. The sphere pulsed one final time, as if in acknowledgement, then went dark. Above them, the storm began to fade. Dash dash dash. They climbed back through the hidden passages in silence, each processing the prophecy in their own way. Harry felt lighter, not because the prophecy removed his burdens, but because it reframed them. He wasn't destined to be a killer, even of Voldemort. He was destined to be something else entirely. In the Whispering Gallery, dawn was breaking over the grounds, pale gold light spreading across the lake, touching the treetops of the Forbidden Forest, warming the ancient stones. Luna stopped at the window, her face lifted to the light. Everything's different now. The prophecy. That. And us. What we've become. She turned to him, and in the dawn light her eyes held reflections of the silver sphere. I always knew I was strange. Different. But I never knew why. Now I do. Because you were meant to find me. Because we were meant to find each other. She crossed to him, taking his hands. The prophecy talks about witnessing. About transforming. But it doesn't say we have to do it alone. We have each other. We have the bond. We have, she smiled, everything we need. Harry pulled her close, holding her against the dawn. The thread pulsed between them, warm and steady, carrying the weight of prophecy and the hope of futures yet unwritten. I love you, he said. Not because of prophecy or destiny or ancient magic. Because you're you. Because you see things no one else sees and love things no one else loves and make me believe that strange is beautiful. Luna laughed softly against his chest. That's very poetic for someone who failed charms. I'm serious. I know. That's what makes it beautiful. She lifted her head, meeting his eyes. I love you too, Harry Potter. The boy who lived, the boy who loves, the boy who's going to change the world without ever meaning to. They stood together. As the sun rose, two teenagers carrying the weight of an ancient prophecy and the lightness of young love. The bond pulsed between them, stronger than ever, forged by shared trials, deepened by shared truth, ready for whatever came next. In Dumbledore's office, the headmaster watched the sunrise through his window, Fawkes singing softly on his perch. The silver prophecy has spoken, he murmured. After all these years, it finally spoke. Fawkes trilled agreement, his golden eyes bright with ancient knowing. Dumbledore turned from the window, moving toward his pensieve. There were memories to review, plans to adjust, a war to reframe. The prophecy changed everything, not because it revealed new information, but because it revealed new possibilities. Harry and Luna weren't soldiers in his war against Voldemort. They were something far more important. They were the future. They found Dumbledore waiting for them at breakfast, a rare sight. The headmaster seldom joined meals in the Great Hall. He gestured them over with a slight smile, and they settled across from him at the staff table while students buzzed around them, oblivious. I felt the prophecy speak, Dumbledore said quietly. The whole castle felt it, the deep magic resonated with its words. You know what it said? Luna asked. I know what it meant to say. The words themselves are for you alone. He smiled at them both. But I've waited decades for that moment. Hoped for it, feared it, if I'm honest. Why feared? Harry asked. Because prophecies are not instructions, they are possibilities. And possibilities can go wrong as easily as right. Dumbledore's eyes held ancient weariness. The silver prophecy speaks of transformation, of new beginnings, of magic finding balance. But transformation requires destruction. New beginnings require endings. And balance, he paused. Balance requires sacrifice. Harry's hand found Luna's beneath the table. The thread pulsed steady. What kind of sacrifice? Luna asked. I don't know. The prophecy doesn't specify, it never does. Dumbledore looked at them with something like grief in his ancient eyes. But I've lived long enough to know that nothing worth having comes without cost. The bond has given you extraordinary gifts. It will also demand extraordinary prices. When? Harry asked. When the moment comes. When the choice is unavoidable. When the bond itself must decide what it's willing to sacrifice for the greater good. Dumbledore reached across the table, placing his hand over theirs. I can't protect you from that moment. No one can. But I can tell you this, the bond chose you because you're strong enough to face it. Trust that. Trust each other. And when the time comes, trust the love that brought you here. He withdrew his hand, rising from the table. Now, I have a war to coordinate and you have classes to attend. The world doesn't stop turning just because prophecies are spoken. They watched him go, his purple robe sweeping behind him, carrying the weight of centuries and the hope of a future he might not live to see. What did he mean? Harry asked. About sacrifice. I don't know. Luna's voice was quiet, honest. But I know we'll face it together. Whatever it is, wherever it comes from, together. Harry squeezed her hand. Together. That night, in the abandoned classroom where they'd first merged their Petronises, Harry and Luna sat in the darkness, watching moonlight paint silver patterns on the floor. The prophecy mentioned death, Harry said. Said I'm marked by death's embrace. You are. You've died and come back. You carry a piece of a dead soul in your scar. You've touched the veil and spoken to the dead. Luna's voice held no fear, only observation. Death is part of you. Harry. Not in a dark way, in a deep way. You understand things the living aren't meant to understand. In you, I see what others don't. The spaces between, the things most people refuse to acknowledge. She smiled in the moonlight. Together, we see everything. Life and death and everything between. Harry thought about this. About the bond, about the prophecy, about the sacrifice Dumbledore had warned them of. Do you ever wish it was someone else? He asked. Someone normal, who could give you a normal life. Luna laughed, actually laughed, the sound bright in the darkness. Harry, I've never wanted normal. Normal is boring. Normal is people who don't see Raxperts or believe in Crumplehorn Snurkax. Normal is, she gestured vaguely. Not us. But the danger is worth it. You're worth it. The bond is worth it. She moved closer, her face inches from his in the moonlight. I'd rather have one day of this, than a lifetime of normal with someone else. Harry kissed her then, slow and deep, pouring everything he couldn't say into the contact. The thread blazed between them, silver and gold and colors that had no names, wrapping them in warmth that had nothing to do with temperature. When they finally pulled apart, breathless, the moonlight seemed brighter than before. The prophecy, Luna whispered. It said we're witnesses. I think that means we have to see things. Really see them. Even the hard things. Even the sacrifices. Even those. She touched his face, feather light. But we see them together. That's what makes it bearable. In the distance, an owl called. The castle settled into its nighttime rhythms. And two teenagers held each other in the darkness, carrying the weight of an ancient prophecy and the lightness of a love that would transform the world. The silver prophecy had spoken. Now they had to live it. Chapter 11 Love Beyond Logic. May arrived like a held breath finally released. Warm days, soft nights, the castle grounds exploding into color as flowers bloomed in places they hadn't grown for decades. Students noticed, commenting on the unusual beauty, but only those attuned to deeper magic understood what it meant. The deep magic was waking. Harry felt it everywhere now, in the stones beneath his feet, in the air he breathed, in the constant warm pulse of the bond that connected him to Luna. The castle responded to their presence, corridors shifting to offer shortcuts they hadn't known existed, portraits nodding as they passed, even Peeves saluting instead of harassing. It knows, Luna said one afternoon as they walked the grounds. The castle knows what we're becoming. What are we becoming? I don't have words yet. Something new. Something the stones have been waiting for. They'd spent every free moment together since the silver prophecy, not just because they wanted to, though that was part of it, but because the bond demanded it. Separation now felt like absence, like a limb missing, like breathing without enough air. Ron had noticed. Hermione had noticed. Even the teachers had noticed, though most attributed it to young love rather than ancient magic. Only Dumbledore understood, and he watched them with eyes that held equal parts hope and grief. Today, the bond pulled them toward the edge of the forbidden forest, not to the clearing where the diadem rested, but somewhere new. Somewhere the deep magic was particularly strong. They found a grove of ancient oaks, their trunks so wide that 5 students holding hands could encircle them. In the center, a pool of water so clear it seemed to hold its own light reflected a sky that shouldn't exist, stars visible despite the afternoon sun. The mirror pool, Luna breathed. I've read about this. It shows. Not what you are, but what you could be. Harry approached the edge, looking down at his reflection. For a moment, he saw himself, scar, glasses, the familiar face that looked back from mirrors everywhere. Then the image shifted. He saw himself older, wearier, standing before a throne that wasn't a throne, a presence that radiated darkness. Voldemort. But in this vision, Harry wasn't fighting. He was standing still, hand in hand with Luna, watching as the darkness around them slowly transformed. Shifted. Became something other than darkness. What do you see? Luna asked softly. Us. Transforming him. Not defeating, transforming. She looked into the pool, and her reflection shifted too, the same scene, the same moment, their joined hands at the center of impossible change. The prophecy, she said. This is what it meant. Not victory, transformation. Before Harry could respond, the ground shook. Not an earthquake, something worse. Something that came from the castle, from the magic that protected it, from the wards that had stood for 1,000 years. They were screaming. Attack, Harry breathed. Someone's attacking Hogwarts. They ran. The castle was in chaos when they reached it, students streaming in all directions, professors casting defensive spells, and in the Great Hall, a battle already raging. Death Eaters had breached the wards somehow, pouring through gaps in the ancient defenses, their masks gleaming in the torchlight. Harry's wand was in his hand before he consciously drew it. Luna's was beside his, moving in perfect sync as they fought their way toward the heart of the battle. But this was different from other fights. The bond, already strong, blazed with intensity, feeding them information from everywhere at once, showing them where Death Eaters were concentrated, where defenders were falling, where help was needed most. Left, Luna sent through the thread, and Harry dodged a curse without looking. Behind you, 3 of them. He spun, stunning 2 before they could react, the third falling to Luna's well-aimed jinx. They moved like dancers, like extensions of each other, like 2 bodies with one mind. In the Great Hall, the battle raged hottest. Harry saw McGonagall dueling 3 Death Eaters at once, her face set in grim determination. Saw Flitwick taking down opponents twice his size with precision spellwork. Saw, his heart stopped. Saw Ron and Hermione back to back, fighting desperately against overwhelming odds. Go, Luna sent. I'll cover you. Harry plunged into the chaos, spells flying from his wand with a precision he'd never achieved alone. The bond fed him angles, timing, the exact moment to dodge or strike. He reached Ron and Hermione just as a killing curse narrowly missed Hermione's head. "About time," Ron shouted, grinning despite the danger. "Fancy a bit of help?" "Always." Harry fell into position beside them, Luna appearing at his other side. Together, the four of them became a wall the Death Eaters couldn't breach. But the battle was shifting. More Death Eaters were pouring in, and the defenders were tiring. Harry felt it through the bond, felt the castle's wards weakening, felt the deep magic straining against the darkness invading its halls. "They're going to break through," Luna sent. "The wards can't hold much longer. Then we hold for them." But even as he thought it, Harry knew it wasn't enough. They needed something more, something the Death Eaters couldn't counter, couldn't predict, couldn't understand. The bond, the deep magic, the power that had destroyed the diadem. Luna, the grove, the pool, it showed as transforming darkness. I know. But how do we do that here? Now? Harry didn't have an answer. But the bond did. It pulsed, once, twice, 3 times, and suddenly Harry understood. Not with his mind, but with something deeper. The bond wasn't just for sensing, for communicating, for amplifying magic. It was for sharing, for making two people into something more than the sum of their parts. He reached for Luna's hand. Through their joined fingers, the thread blazed into visible light, silver and gold and colors that had no names, spreading outward from them in waves that touched everything in the Great Hall. The effect was immediate and astonishing. Curses slowed mid-flight, then stopped entirely, hanging in the air like frozen lightning. Death Eaters froze in place, their masks reflecting the strange light. Even the defenders stood motionless, caught in whatever magic the bond had unleashed. Only Harry and Luna could move. "What's happening?" Harry whispered. "We're happening." Luna's voice held wonder. "The bond it's witnessing everything at once. All the fear, all the hate, all the love fighting to survive. And it's transforming it." Together, they walked through the frozen battle, hand in hand, the bond's light touching everything they passed. Where it touched Death Eaters, their masks seemed to soften, not falling away, but becoming less solid, less permanent. Where it touched defenders, their exhaustion lifted, replaced by something that felt like hope made visible. At the center of the hall, they found the source of the invasion, a massive breach in the wards, dark magic pouring through like ink through water. Beyond it, Harry sensed Voldemort's presence, not physically, but through the Horcrux in his scar. The Dark Lord was watching. Waiting. Testing. "He wants to see what we can do," Luna sent. "This is a probe, a way to measure the bond. Then we show him." Together, they raised their joined hands toward the breach. The bond's light intensified, becoming something almost solid, a beam of pure magic that struck the darkness pouring through the wards. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the darkness screamed, not in pain, in protest. In refusal to be transformed. It fought against the bond's light, against the love that powered it, against everything Harry and Luna represented. But it couldn't win. The breach sealed. The dark magic dissolved. And the Death Eaters, all of them, across the entire castle, fell. Not dead, not even unconscious. Simply, released. The dark magic animating them, driving them, had been severed at its source. In the frozen silence of the Great Hall, Harry and Luna stood alone, hand in hand, the bond's light slowly fading back into invisibility. Then time resumed. Curses that had frozen mid-flight dissipated harmlessly. Defenders who had been fighting for their lives found themselves standing over prone enemies. And the Death Eaters, those who could still move, fled, their dark magic broken, their connection to Voldemort temporarily severed. McGonagall reached them first, her eyes wide with something between awe and terror. "Potter. Miss Lovegood. What did you do?" "I don't know," Harry answered honestly. "The bond, it just happened." McGonagall's voice was faint. "You just happened to stop a battle, seal the most powerful wards in Britain, and disable 24 Death Eaters simultaneously." Luna smiled her strange smile. "Love is powerful when it's given freely." McGonagall stared at her for a long moment, then shook her head slowly. "I need a drink. They found Dumbledore in his office, slumped in his chair but alive, badly wounded, Harry saw with relief, but alive. Fawkes sang softly on his perch, golden tears falling onto the headmaster's wounds. You felt it, Harry said. What we did. I felt something. Dumbledore's voice was weak but steady. The wards, they're stronger now than they've been in centuries. The deep magic responded to you, to the bond, and repaired what Voldemort's attack had damaged. We didn't mean to. I know. That's what makes it powerful. Dumbledore smiled through his pain. Love beyond logic. Connection beyond calculation. The bond acting through you because it could, not because you commanded it. Luna moved closer, her eyes holding that ancient knowing. The attack was a test. Voldemort wanted to see what the bond could do. Yes. And now he knows. Dumbledore's expression darkened. He'll plan accordingly. Find ways to counter what you've become. Can he? Harry asked. Counter the bond? I don't know. No one knows. No bonded pair has existed in centuries. Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly, exhaustion evident. But I know this. What you did today required no spell, no incantation, no wand movement. It came from within, from the deepest part of yourselves. That kind of magic can't be countered by ordinary means. Then what can counter it? Only you. Only doubt, fear, the small fractures that grow when love is tested. Dumbledore opened his eyes, fixing them with that piercing gaze. Protect each other. Trust each other. And when doubt whispers, as it will, remember this moment. Remember what love beyond logic can achieve. That night, in the abandoned classroom where they'd first merged their Petronises, Harry and Luna sat in the darkness, replaying the day's events. I could feel them, Harry said quietly. The Death Eaters. Through the bond, when the light touched them, I could feel what they were feeling. What was it? Fear. Not of us, of him. Of Voldemort. They serve him because they're terrified not to. He shook his head slowly. They're not evil, Luna. They're trapped. The way I was trapped with the Dursleys, no choices, no hope, just survival. Luna nodded slowly. The bond showed you that. Showed you the humanity behind the masks. Is that what transformation means? Seeing the humanity in people who've done terrible things. Maybe. Or maybe it's the first step. She took his hand, the thread pulsing warm. The prophecy said we're witnesses. Today, we witnessed the truth behind the war, not good versus evil, but fear versus love. Control versus freedom. Harry thought about this. About the Death Eater's fear, about Voldemort's hunger for control, about the way the bond had simply dissolved the dark magic animating them. Love beyond logic, he murmured. That's what Dumbledore called it. That's what it is. Luna leaned against him, her head on his shoulder. Logic says fear is stronger, fear makes people obey, fear makes people fight, fear wins wars. But love doesn't play by logic's rules. Love transforms. They sat together as the night deepened, the bond pulsing soft and steady between them. In the great hall, the wounded were being tended. In the forbidden forest, the diadem glowed on its stone, waiting for other Horcruxes to join it. And somewhere in the darkness, Voldemort planned his next move, unaware that the weapon he sought to understand was beyond his comprehension. Love beyond logic. The one magic even the darkest wizard couldn't replicate. The days after the battle were strange. Students moved through the castle with new awareness. Something had changed, and they felt it even if they couldn't name it. The walls seemed warmer, the air lighter, the ancient magic more present. Harry and Luna became something like celebrities, though neither sought the attention. Stories of what they'd done spread through the school, exaggerated, romanticized, but grounded in enough truth that no one could dismiss them entirely. Ron, after initial awkwardness, had come to accept their bond. Don't understand it, mate. He'd said frankly. But I don't have to. You're happy. That's enough. Hermione had thrown herself into research, desperate to understand the magic that had saved them all. There's so little written about bonded pairs, she'd fretted. Centuries of knowledge, lost because people stopped believing. But Harry and Luna didn't need research to understand their bond. They lived it every moment, in the warmth of the thread, in the shared awareness, in the way they finished each other's sentences without meaning to. Love beyond logic. The most powerful magic in the world. And it was theirs. Chapter 12 The Shattered Mark. June arrived with a heatwave that turned the castle into an oven, driving students to the shaded grounds and the cool depths of the lake. Harry barely noticed the temperature. The bond had grown so strong now that external conditions hardly registered, only Luna mattered, only the thread that connected them, only the constant awareness of her presence in his mind and heart. The Death Eater attack had changed something fundamental. Not just in the castle's wards, but in the bond itself. It was as if using their joined magic on such a scale had opened doors that couldn't be closed again. Harry could feel Luna's emotions now as clearly as his own. Her joy when she discovered a new magical creature, her sadness when she thought of her mother, her fierce protectiveness of everyone she loved. She felt his too. The burden of the prophecy. The weight of the Horcrux in his scar. The desperate hope that somehow, against all odds, they would survive what was coming. Today, the bond pulled them toward Hogsmeade. Not physically, they couldn't leave the castle without permission, and Umbridge had tightened restrictions after the attack. But through the veil, through the deep magic, through the connection that now transcended ordinary space. "There's something there," Luna said as they sat in the Whispering Gallery. "Something dark. Something the bond needs us to see." Harry closed his eyes, letting the thread guide him. The familiar sensation of stretching through the veil washed over him, easier now, almost comfortable, like slipping into warm water. And then he was there. Hogsmeade Village, seen through the veil's strange perspective, all at once and sequentially, present and past and future tangled together. He saw students laughing outside Honeydukes, saw Death Eaters meeting in the Hog's Head, saw 1,000 moments layered atop each other like pages of an unbound book. But beneath all of it, something else. Something that called to the bond with particular urgency. The dark mark. Not the mark itself, the tattoo-like brand on Death Eater's arms. Something deeper. The connection between the marks, the magical network Voldemort had created to bind his followers to his will. It pulsed beneath Hogsmeade like a diseased heartbeat, spreading corruption through the village's ancient magic. "Do you see it?" Luna's thought came through the bond, clear as speech. "I see it. It's everywhere, under everything. Asterisk. The bond wants us to understand it. To see how it works. Asterisk." Harry focused on the network, letting his perception deepen. The dark mark wasn't just a symbol, it was a leash. A way for Voldemort to control his followers, to punish disobedience, to ensure loyalty through fear. Each mark connected to its bearer's deepest fears, amplifying them, making escape unthinkable. But there was more. The marks also connected to each other, a web of shared darkness that bound the Death Eaters together as surely as they were bound to their master. Through the network, they could sense each other's presence, share each other's pain, reinforce each other's terror. "It's like a dark version of our bond," Harry realized. Twisted, corrupted, made from fear instead of love. Can we break it? The question hung between them, enormous in its implications. If they could shatter the dark mark network, they wouldn't just weaken Voldemort, they'd free his followers. Give them the chance to choose differently. "I don't know. But the bond wants us to try." Together, they reached toward the network. The moment their awareness touched it, the darkness reacted. It recognized them, recognized the bond as its opposite, its enemy, its greatest threat. And it attacked. Pain lanced through Harry's scar, not the familiar burn of Voldemort's presence, but something worse. The collective agony of every Death Eater who'd ever been punished through the mark, every fear they'd ever felt, every atrocity they'd committed in Voldemort's name. It poured into him through the network, threatening to overwhelm his sense of self. But Luna was there. Through the bond, she caught the darkness before it could consume him. Held it, witnessed it, the way the prophecy said they would. And in the witnessing, something shifted. The darkness didn't disappear, but it recognized her. Recognized that she saw it without judgment, without fear, without the need to destroy or condemn. And in that recognition, it eased the pain, Harry sent. "It's less, because someone finally saw it. Acknowledged it. Let it be without trying to fight it." Together, they moved deeper into the network. Each Death Eater's mark held a lifetime of fear and pain and terrible choices, but also, buried beneath it all, the person they'd been before Voldemort found them. The person fear had buried but never destroyed. "We can't free them," Luna sent. "Only they can choose freedom. But we can show them the choice exists." How? By letting them see us. See the bond. See what love looks like when it's not twisted by fear. Harry understood. They weren't attacking the network, they were illuminating it. Letting their light touch every dark corner, every hidden fear, every buried hope. Not forcing change, but offering the possibility of it. The network shuddered. Somewhere in the darkness, a Death Eater felt something they hadn't felt in years, the memory of choice. The knowledge that they didn't have to be what Voldemort had made them. And then, one of the marks shattered. Not physically, but the connection it represented, the leash, the control, the fear, simply dissolved. Somewhere in Britain, a Death Eater was suddenly, impossibly, free. Others followed. One by one, the marks in the network began to fail. Not all, not even most, but enough. Enough to send a shockwave through Voldemort's organization. Enough to make his remaining followers question their loyalty. Enough to prove that the bond could do what no army, no Auror, no force in the wizarding world had ever achieved. Then the network struck back. Voldemort's presence flooded through the remaining marks, enraged, terrified, desperate to reassert control. He sought the source of the disturbance, sought the bond, sought them. He's coming, Luna sent. Through the network, he's coming for us. Then we go. But before they could withdraw, Voldemort's awareness found them. Through the veil, through the network, through the Horcrux in Harry's scar, all the connections between them suddenly visible. You, his voice echoed in their minds. The boy who should have died. And the girl who sees too much. You think you can break what I have built. We already have, Harry sent back. Feel them, Tom. Feel your followers slipping away. Voldemort's rage was physical, a pressure against their minds that should have crushed them. But the bond held. Luna's presence anchored Harry, and his anchored her, and together they were stronger than his fury. This isn't over, Voldemort hissed. I will find a way to sever what binds you. I will make you watch as she dies screaming. The threat was enough. Through the bond, through their shared awareness, Harry felt Luna's fear, not for herself, but for him. For what hearing such words did to him. He can't touch us, he sent fiercely. Not through this. The bond protects. I know. But hearing it, I know. He'd heard similar threats before, from Voldemort and others. They never got easier. But having Luna to share them, to carry them together, made them bearable. They withdrew from the network, from Hogsmeade, from Voldemort's screaming presence. The veil carried them back gently, as if recognizing their exhaustion, and moments later they were in the Whispering Gallery, gasping on the cold stone floor. We did it, Harry whispered. We actually. Partially. Luna's voice was weak but steady. We shattered some of the marks. Freed some of his followers. But most remain. And now he knows what we can do. He'll try to stop us. Before we can do it again. Yes. She sat up slowly, meeting his eyes. Which means we have to move faster. Find the remaining Horcruxes. Destroy them before he can protect them. Harry nodded, though exhaustion pressed against him like a physical weight. Dumbledore. We need to tell Dumbledore. Together, they made their way to the headmaster's office, leaning on each other more than either would admit. Fawkes greeted them with a worried trill, and Dumbledore rose from his desk the moment he saw their faces. What happened? We found the Dark Mark network, Harry said. Through the veil. Through the bond. And we broke part of it. Freed some of his followers. Dumbledore's eyes widened. You shattered the dark marks. Not all. But enough. He felt it, felt us. Luna sank into a chair, her face pale. He knows what the bond can do now. He'll try to destroy it. He'll try. Dumbledore moved to his window, staring out at the darkening grounds. But destroying something like this, a bond forged in love and sealed by ancient magic, that's beyond even his power. Maybe. But he'll find ways to hurt us. To make us doubt. Too. Harry stopped, the threat still echoing in his mind. Watch her die screaming. Dumbledore turned, reading his expression. He threatened Miss Lovegood. Among other things. Of course he did. It's what he does, find the deepest fear and exploit it. Dumbledore returned to his desk, lowering himself into his chair with the careful movements of someone carrying great age. But fear is only powerful when it's hidden. When it's spoken, witnessed, shared, it loses its grip. Harry looked at Luna. Through the bond, he felt her fear, and beneath it, her determination. She wouldn't let Voldemort's threats control her any more than she'd let anyone else's opinions define her. He showed us something else, Luna said quietly. Through the network. The remaining Horcruxes, he's moved them. Protected them differently. The one in you especially, he's been preparing for you to try to remove it. Dumbledore's expression darkened. Preparing how? I don't know. But the Bond felt it, a trap, waiting. If Harry tries to destroy the fragment in his scar through ordinary means, something terrible will happen. What kind of terrible? The kind that would hurt more than just him. Luna's eyes met Dumbledore's. The Horcrux in his scar is connected to the Bond now. If it's destroyed wrong, the Bond could shatter too. The room fell silent. Even Fawkes stopped singing. Harry felt the weight of this new knowledge settle onto his shoulders. The thing in his scar, the piece of Voldemort's soul he'd carried since infancy, was no longer just his burden. It was Luna's too. The Bond had, intertwined with it, made it part of their shared magic. We'll find a way, he said. There has to be a way. There is. Luna's voice held certainty. The deep magic showed us, in the grove, at the pool. Transforming darkness, not destroying it. That's the key. Transforming the Horcrux. In my scar. Transforming the connection. Making it something other than what Voldemort intended. She reached for his hand, the thread pulsing warm. The Bond has already started. Can't you feel it? The darkness in you, it's different than it was. Softer. Less his. Harry closed his eyes, reaching inward toward the fragment he'd always sensed as a cold presence behind his thoughts. And for the first time, he felt what Luna meant. The fragment was still there, still dark, still foreign, but it no longer felt like an enemy. It felt like part of the landscape. Something that could be acknowledged, witnessed, and ultimately included rather than excised. It's changing, he breathed. The Bond is changing it. Because the Bond is love. And love transforms everything it touches. Luna smiled through her exhaustion. Even pieces of dark souls. Dumbledore watched them with an expression Harry couldn't quite read, wonder, maybe, mixed with something that looked almost like grief. I've spent my life fighting dark magic, he said quietly. Studying it, seeking ways to counter it. But I never considered, never imagined, that love could do more than protect. That it could actually transform. Most people don't, Luna said. That's why the Bond is rare. That's why the deep magic waited. They sat together as night fell, three people carrying the weight of a war in the hope of a different future. Outside, the castle settled into its evening rhythms, unaware of the conversation happening in the headmaster's office. But somewhere in the darkness, Voldemort felt his network crumbling. Felt followers slipping from his grasp. Felt, for the first time since his resurrection, something that might have been fear. The Bond had shattered his mark. And nothing would ever be the same. In the weeks that followed, the wizarding world began to change. Reports came of Death Eaters surrendering to Aurors, not captured, but walking in, throwing down their wands, begging for protection from the master they could no longer serve. The dark marks on their arms had gone dark, the connection to Voldemort severed by forces they couldn't explain. The Daily Prophet ran story after story, speculating wildly about what had caused this mass defection. Some credited Dumbledore's secret forces. Others claimed Voldemort's power was waning. A few, a very few, mentioned rumors of strange magic at Hogwarts, of two students whose Bond had done the impossible. Harry and Luna stayed out of the spotlight, letting others take credit for what they'd done. The Bond didn't seek recognition. It sought transformation, and transformation was happening, slowly, across the wizarding world. In the Forbidden Forest, the diadem glowed on its stone, joined now by two other objects. A cup recovered from Gringotts through means Harry preferred not to examine, and a locket retrieved from the Ministry after Umbridge's office was searched. The ancient magic of the clearing had accepted them both, holding them safe until the final Horcruxes could be brought. 3 down. 4 to go, including the one in Harry's scar. They stood before the clearing one evening, watching the 3 objects glow in the gathering dusk. The Bond pulsed between them, warm and steady, carrying the awareness of what they'd achieved and what remained. The fragment in you, Luna said quietly. It's changing faster now. The other Horcruxes, destruction is weakening it. Harry felt it too, the piece of Voldemort's soul in his scar, once so solid, now feeling almost permeable. As if it could be absorbed rather than destroyed. When the last one falls, he said, what happens to me? I don't know. The texts don't cover this, a Horcrux that's been transformed by love rather than destroyed by force. Luna turned to face him, her pale eyes holding galaxies. But whatever happens, I'll be there. The Bond will be there. You won't face it alone. Harry pulled her close, breathing in the scent of forest and starlight and Luna. The thread pulsed between them, stronger than ever, forged by shared battles, deepened by shared truth, ready for whatever came next. In the clearing, the three Horcruxes glowed. In the distance, the castle stood sentinel. And somewhere in the darkness, Voldemort felt his soul crumbling, piece by piece, and wondered for the first time if he could be defeated not by power, but by love. The shattered marks were only the beginning. Chapter 13 The Hallows Realigned. July arrived with storms, thunder that shook the castle's foundations, lightning that split ancient trees in the forbidden forest, rain so dense it turned the grounds into a gray curtain of water. The weather mirrored something deeper, something shifting in the magical fabric of the world. Harry felt it in his bones. The Horcruxes they'd destroyed had weakened Voldemort's hold on life, but they'd also done something else, something none of the texts had predicted. They'd awakened something. The Deathly Hallows. He'd first heard of them years ago, in a children's story Hermione had dismissed as fairy tales. The Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, the Cloak of Invisibility, three objects that, united, made one the Master of Death. But the story had always seemed just that, a story. Until now. Now, the Hallows were calling. Luna felt it too. They sat in the Whispering Gallery, watching lightning split the sky, feeling the pull of ancient magic from three different directions. The wand is at Hogwarts, Luna said quietly. Dumbledore has it, the Elder Wand. I can feel its power from here. Harry nodded. He'd always known Dumbledore's wand was extraordinary, but he'd never understood why. Now, through the bond, he felt its true nature, the oldest, most powerful wand in existence, crackling with magic that predated Hogwarts itself. The cloak I have. My father's, my real father's. Harry touched the folded fabric beneath his robes, the one constant companion of his Hogwarts years. It's always felt different from ordinary invisibility cloaks. Now I know why. And the stone, Luna closed her eyes, reaching through the bond toward the third Hallow. The Resurrection Stone is in the forest. In the clearing where we destroyed the Horcruxes. It's been there all along, waiting. Harry's heart hammered. The Resurrection Stone, the power to speak with the dead. He'd used something like it before, in the thin place, through the bond. But the actual stone, the original artifact, that was different. That was dangerous. Why now? He asked. Why are the Hallows suddenly active? Because the Horcruxes are falling. Because Voldemort's power is weakening. Because the deep magic is waking. Luna turned to him, her pale eyes holding that ancient knowing. The Hallows have been waiting for someone worthy to unite them. I think that someone might be you. Me. I'm not. I don't want. I know. But wanting isn't the point. The Hallows don't respond to desire, they respond to need. And you need what they offer. Harry thought about this. About his cloak, which had protected him since first year. About Dumbledore's wand, which had fought countless battles. About the stone, which could bring back the dead, briefly, dangerously, but truly. What would uniting them do? The story says it makes one master of death. But I think that's a metaphor. Luna's brow furrowed in that way that meant she was reaching for understanding beyond words. I think it means something else, something about the bond, about what we're becoming. The Hallows aren't weapons. They're keys. Keys to what? To the veil. To the deep magic. To everything the bond has been preparing us for. The storm intensified, lightning striking so close that the gallery shook. Through the bond, Harry felt Luna's certainty, and her fear. Uniting the Hallows was dangerous. Possibly fatal. But necessary. When? He asked. Now. The storm is part of it, the magic is at its peak. If we wait, the moment may pass. Harry stood, pulling her with him. Then we go. Together. They found Dumbledore in his office, staring out at the storm with an expression Harry couldn't read. The Elder Wand lay on his desk, humming with power that made the air vibrate. You've felt it, Dumbledore said without turning. The Hallows calling. Yes. Harry moved to stand beside him, looking out at the lightning-ravaged grounds. They want to be united. I know. Dumbledore turned, and for the first time Harry saw how tired he looked, how much the years had cost him. I've carried the Elder Wand for decades, knowing it was only half of something. Knowing the other halves existed but not where or when they would find their bearer. The cloak is mine. Has been since first year. Yes. I arranged that, not the union, but the protection. Your father's cloak was always meant for you. Dumbledore's eyes moved to Luna. And the stone, you've sensed it in the forest. Near the clearing where we destroyed the Horcruxes. It's been waiting. Dumbledore nodded slowly. The Hallows have a will of their own. They choose their moments, their bearers, their purposes. I've held the wand for decades, but it was never truly mine. I was merely its custodian until the right person came. Me? Harry asked. You think I'm the right person? I think the bond has made you something unprecedented. Something the Hallows recognize. Dumbledore picked up the Elder Wand, holding it out to Harry. Take it. Go to the forest. Unite the Hallows, if that's what they truly want. Harry's hand closed around the wand. The effect was immediate and overwhelming. Power flooded through him, not just the wand's power, but something older, something that recognized him as belonging to a lineage of magic that stretched back to the Peverell brothers themselves. Through the bond, he felt Luna's wonder as she shared the sensation. The cloak, he managed. I need. He pulled the invisibility cloak from beneath his robes, draping it over his shoulders. The power intensified, the two Hallows resonating with each other, creating a field of magic that made the very air shimmer. Now the stone, Luna breathed. In the forest, quickly. They ran. The storm pursued them across the grounds, lightning striking so close they felt the electricity in their hair, thunder so loud it shook their bones. But the Hallows protected them, the cloak turning aside the worst of the weather, the wand clearing their path, the bond keeping them connected through the chaos. The forest welcomed them like an old friend. Trees bent to create passages, roots smoothed to ease their running, creatures watched from the shadows with eyes that held ancient knowing. The deep magic was awake now, fully awake, and it recognized what they carried. The clearing appeared before them, the three destroyed Horcruxes still glowing on their stone. But beside them, half buried in the earth, something else gleamed, a black stone with a strange symbol carved into its surface. The Resurrection Stone. Harry knelt, reaching for it. The moment his fingers touched its surface, the world shifted. He was standing in the clearing, but also somewhere else, a place between worlds, where the veil thinned to almost nothing. And standing before him, solid as life, were his parents. James Potter grinned that familiar grin. Took you long enough, son. Lily's eyes shone with tears. We've been waiting, watching, so proud of everything you've become. Mum, Dad, Harry's voice broke. I don't understand. Is this real? Real as we can be, James said. The stone doesn't bring us back, not truly. But it lets us visit. Lets you see what we've become on the other side. And what you're becoming, Lily added. The bond, with Luna, it's changed everything. Even as, on this side, we feel your love through the veil, and it warms places that have been cold for 16 years. Through the bond, Harry felt Luna's presence, and felt, too, her own reunion. Her mother stood with her, pale and beautiful, speaking words too soft to hear. The Hallows, Harry said. I've united them. What does that mean? It means you're ready, James said. Ready for what comes next. The final Horcrux, Lily continued. The one in your scar. It can't be destroyed the way the others were, it's too connected to you, to the bond, to everything you've become. Then how? By choosing. James's face grew serious. The Hallows make you master of death, not because you can't die, but because you understand death. Accept it. Know that it's not the end. And with that understanding, Lily added, you can transform the fragment in your scar. Not destroy it, integrate it. Make it part of you without letting it control you. Harry thought about this. About the darkness he'd carried since infancy. About the way the bond had already begun changing it. About what it would mean to truly own that piece of himself instead of fighting it. Will it hurt? Less than fighting it forever, James said. More than ignoring it. But you won't be alone, Luna will be with you. The bond will carry you through. And we'll be watching, Lily whispered. Always watching, always loving, always proud. They began to fade, the stone's power limited in its duration. Harry reached for them desperately, but his hands passed through empty air. Wait, we can't stay, James said, already translucent. But we'll be there when you need us. At the end, at the beginning, at the moment when everything changes. Remember, Lily added, her voice barely a whisper now. Love is the oldest magic. The strongest magic. The only magic that truly matters. Then they were gone, and Harry was kneeling in the clearing, the stone cold in his palm, Luna's hand warm on his shoulder. They were here, he whispered. Really here. I know. My mother too. Luna's voice held tears, but she was smiling. They're proud of us, Harry. They've always been proud. Together, they looked at the three Hallows, the wand, the cloak, the stone. United at last after centuries of separation. And through the bond, they felt the deep magic respond, acknowledging what they'd done, what they'd become, what they were ready to face. The final Horcrux, Harry said. Your mother said it needs to be integrated, not destroyed. Mine too. They both said the same thing. Luna squeezed his hand. The bond has already started the process. When the moment comes, when we face him, the transformation will complete. When we face Voldemort, when we face everything. She met his eyes, steady and sure. Together. They returned to the castle as the storm began to fade, the three Hallows hidden but present, a constant hum of power beneath Harry's awareness. Dumbledore waited in the entrance hall, his expression unreadable. You did it, he said quietly. United the Hallows. With Luna's help. Harry held out the Elder Wand. This belongs to you. No. Dumbledore shook his head. It never belonged to me. I was merely its keeper until you were ready. And you're ready now. But, the wand chooses the wizard, Harry. It's chosen you. Dumbledore smiled, and for a moment he looked younger, lighter. I've carried it long enough. Let someone else bear the burden, someone with a future, not just a past. Harry hesitated, then nodded, pocketing the wand beside the stone. The cloak was already around his shoulders, invisible but present. What happens now? Luna asked. Now you wait. Prepare. The final confrontation is coming. I've felt it in the magic, seen it in the prophecies. Voldemort knows his Horcruxes are falling. He'll act soon, desperately, with everything he has. Dumbledore's eyes held warning. When he comes, you must be ready to face him, not with power, but with truth. With the bond. With everything you've become. And if we fail, you won't. Dumbledore's certainty was absolute. The bond doesn't fail. Love doesn't fail. And you, he looked at them both, pride in his ancient eyes. You are love made visible. Magic made flesh. Everything I've hoped for, everything the world has needed, standing before me in two teenagers who never asked to be extraordinary. Harry felt tears prick his eyes. Dumbledore rarely showed emotion this openly, the weight of his position usually kept such things hidden. But tonight, with the storm fading and the Hallows united, something had shifted in him too. Thank you, Harry said. For everything. For believing in me. For protecting me. For none of that. Dumbledore waved away the thanks. I did what anyone would do for someone worth protecting. And you, both of you, are worth more than I can say. He turned away then, perhaps to hide his own emotion, perhaps simply because the moment had passed. But as Harry and Luna walked toward the Great Hall, hand in hand, the thread pulsing warm between them, they carried his words with them like talismans. Love made visible. Magic made flesh. Asterisk. The final confrontation was coming. And they were ready. Chapter 14 The Fall of the Dark Lord. August arrived not with a whisper but a roar. Voldemort came at dawn, when the castle's wards were weakest, when the students were still asleep, when even the portraits had not yet fully awakened. He came with an army, hundreds of Death Eaters, giants, dementors, creatures so dark they blotted out the rising sun. But Harry was waiting. The bond had woken him moments before the attack, the thread pulsing with urgent warning. He'd found Luna already dressed, already moving, her pale eyes holding that ancient knowing that meant she'd seen this coming. They're here, she said simply. All of them. It's time. Harry nodded, reaching for the Hallows, the wand in his pocket, the stone around his neck, the cloak already wrapped around his shoulders. Through the bond, he felt Luna's readiness, her courage, her absolute refusal to let fear win. Together, they descended to meet their destiny. The battle was chaos from the first moment. Spells flew so thick they lit the dawn like fireworks. Giants smashed at the castle walls while students and teachers fought from the towers. Dementors swarmed the grounds, their freezing presence extinguishing hope wherever they passed. But Harry and Luna moved through it all untouched. The bond protected them, not as a shield, but as a presence. Dark magic slid off them like water off stone. Curses aimed their way found their targets suddenly shifted, veering away at the last moment as if the very air refused to carry them. Even the Dementors fled when they approached, the bond's warmth. Anathema to their cold existence. Where is he? Harry sent through the thread. I can't sense him, the Horcruxes are blocking. The forest, *, Luna responded. He's waiting in the forest. Where the deep magic is strongest. Of course. Voldemort had felt the power in those ancient trees, sensed something there that called to his darkness. He'd gone to claim it, or destroy it, before facing Harry directly. Then that's where we go. They fought their way across the grounds, through pockets of Death Eaters who fell before their combined magic without knowing why. The bond amplified everything, every spell, every dodge, every instinct, until they moved like extensions of each other, two bodies with one purpose. The forest welcomed them as it always had, trees bending to create paths, roots smoothing to ease their running. But today the welcome was tinged with fear, the deep magic knew what approached, and it trembled at the darkness. They found Voldemort in the clearing where the Horcruxes had been destroyed, where the resurrection stone had waited, where the deep magic pulsed strongest. He stood before the ancient stone at the center, his red eyes fixed on something Harry couldn't see. "Ah," he breathed, turning as they entered. "The boy who lives. And his strange little friend." His lipless smile was terrible. "I've been waiting." Harry's scar blazed, not with pain, but with recognition. The fragment of Voldemort's soul inside him knew its origin and reacted with something almost like longing. "Your Horcruxes are gone," Harry said. "All but one. You're mortal again." "Am I?" Voldemort's laugh was cold. "You think destroying those trinkets matters? I am beyond such things. I have explored magic you cannot imagine, conquered deaths you cannot conceive. I am eternal. You're afraid." Luna's voice was calm, certain. "I can feel it through the bond, through the fragment in Harry's scar. You're terrified of dying, of ceasing to exist, of becoming nothing." Voldemort's eyes blazed. "You know nothing, girl. Nothing of power, nothing of immortality, nothing of what I have become. I know you split your soul because you couldn't face death. I know you've spent decades running from the one thing every living creature must eventually meet." Luna stepped forward, her hand still in Harry's. "And I know that running has made you weaker, not stronger. Each Horcrux diminished you. Each piece of soul you tore away left you less than human." Silence. The curse Voldemort threw at her would have killed anyone else. But the bond caught it, absorbed it, transformed it into something harmless. Harry felt the impact through the thread, felt Luna's brief pain, felt her refusal to fall. "You can't hurt us," Harry said. "Not through the bond. Not through what we are together." Voldemort's rage was terrible to behold, but beneath it, something else. Something that might have been fear. "Then I'll hurt everyone else," he hissed. "Every student in that castle. Every teacher. Every person you've ever loved. I'll burn Hogwarts to the ground and salt the earth where it stood." "You'll try." Harry released Luna's hand, drawing the Elder Wand. "But first you have to get through us." The battle that followed was unlike anything the wizarding world had ever seen. Voldemort threw everything at them, killing curses, dark magic so old it had no name, powers drawn from the deepest well of evil. But the bond caught it all, transformed it, rendered it harmless. Harry and Luna moved as one, their magic intertwined, their purpose absolute. Not to kill, not to destroy, to witness. The Silver Prophecy had been clear, they weren't warriors or saviors. They were witnesses to transformation. And in this moment, Harry finally understood what that meant. They weren't fighting Voldemort. They were showing him something. Through the bond, through the Hallows, through the deep magic that pulsed beneath the forest, they showed Voldemort what he'd become. Not through words or images, but through feeling, they let him experience his own soul as it truly was. Fragmented, diminished, terrified. And in that witnessing, something shifted. Voldemort's curses slowed. His fury wavered. For the first time in decades, he saw himself, really saw, and what he saw horrified even him. "This is a trick," he snarled. "Some spell, some deception." "No trick," Luna said gently. "Just truth. The truth you've been running from your whole life. You're not a monster because you're evil," Harry added. "You're a monster because you're afraid. Afraid of death, afraid of weakness, afraid of being ordinary. And that fear has consumed everything you might have been." Voldemort's wand hand trembled. Through the Horcrux in Harry's scar, they felt what he felt. The terror, yes, but beneath it something else. A memory, buried deep, of a boy in an orphanage who'd been afraid and alone and desperate for power because power was the only protection he'd ever known. "Tom," Harry said softly. That was your name once. Tom Riddle. A boy who wanted to be special because being ordinary meant being vulnerable. Don't call me that. But the protest was weak, automatic. Tom, Luna repeated. The boy who could talk to snakes. The boy who discovered he was magic. The boy who just wanted to belong somewhere. The Elder Wand blazed in Harry's hand, not attacking, but offering. Offering connection. Offering understanding. Offering the one thing Voldemort had never truly had. Love. Not romantic love, not familial love, something simpler and harder. The love of being seen, truly seen, and accepted anyway. Voldemort stared at them, his red eyes flickering with something that might have been tears. The Horcruxes were gone, his soul laid bare, his defenses crumbling. I can't, his voice cracked. It's too late. I've done too much. Killed too many. It's never too late to stop, Luna said. To choose differently. But the Horcruxes, my soul. Your soul is still yours. Damaged, yes. Fragmented, yes. But not beyond repair. Harry stepped closer, the bond blazing with warmth. Let go, Tom. Stop fighting. Stop running. Just, stop. For a long, breathless moment, Voldemort wavered. Then something in his eyes hardened. No. The word was cold, final. I won't be weak. I won't be ordinary. I am Lord Voldemort, and I will not. He raised his wand. But Harry was faster. Not with a curse, with the Hallows. With the bond. With everything they'd become. He raised the Elder Wand, not to attack, but to receive. And through it, through the cloak, through the stone, through Luna's hand in his, he channeled the deepest magic of all. The magic of choice. Voldemort's killing curse met the bond's light in the center of the clearing. For a moment, everything stopped. Then, the Horcrux in Harry's scar screamed. Not in pain, in release. The fragment of Voldemort's soul that had lived in him since infancy finally let go. Not destroyed, not excised, but integrated. The darkness transformed, absorbed, made part of Harry without overwhelming him. And through the bond, through the connection they shared, that transformation flowed back to Voldemort himself. He felt it, felt his own soul suddenly whole in ways it hadn't been for decades. Felt the fragments he'd torn away return to him, bringing with them all the pain and fear and desperate hope he'd tried to escape. Felt, for the first time since childhood, what it meant to be human. The killing curse died. The Elder Wand blazed one final time and went dark. And Voldemort, Tom Riddle, fell to his knees in the forest clearing, tears streaming down his face. I remember, he whispered. I remember everything. Harry knelt before him, Luna at his side, the bond pulsing warm between them. What do you remember? The boy, the orphanage, the fear. Tom looked up, and for the first time his eyes held no red, just dark, human, terrified. I was so afraid, so alone, and I thought if I was powerful enough, I'd never have to feel that way again. But you did, Luna said gently. The fear never went away. It just got buried under everything else. Yes. His voice broke. Yes. They stayed there, the three of them, as the sun rose over the forest. Behind them, the battle at Hogwarts was ending, Death Eaters surrendering, Dementors fleeing, the Dark Army dissolving without their master's will. In the clearing, something else was ending too. The reign of Lord Voldemort. And something new was beginning. They led him to the castle not as a prisoner but as a man, broken, weeping, finally human. The Death Eaters who saw him gasped, unable to reconcile this shattered figure with the Dark Lord they'd served. But Harry and Luna walked beside him, the bond's warmth surrounding all three, and no one dared interfere. Dumbledore met them at the entrance, his ancient eyes bright with tears. You did it, he whispered. Not what I expected, not what anyone expected, but exactly what was needed. He's not evil, Harry said. He's hurt, broken, the way anyone would be who'd spent their whole life running from fear. And now he heals, if he chooses to. Harry looked at Tom, at the man who'd been Voldemort, and felt only compassion. The Horcruxes are gone. His soul is whole again. What he does with it is up to him. Tom lifted his head, meeting Dumbledore's gaze. I'm sorry, he said. For everything. I know that's not enough, can never be enough, but I'm sorry. Dumbledore nodded slowly. It's a start. In the weeks that followed, the wizarding world struggled to comprehend what had happened. The Dark Lord defeated not by death but by compassion. It made no sense to those who thought in terms of power and vengeance. But slowly, gradually, the truth began to spread. And with it, something else. The deep magic that had slept for centuries was awake now, truly awake, and it flowed through the world like new blood through old veins. Magic responded differently. Spells worked better. Creatures long thought extinct began appearing in forests and mountains. And people, ordinary witches and wizards, found themselves more connected to their power than ever before. Harry and Luna watched it all from the castle, hand in hand, the bond pulsing warm between them. Is this what the prophecy meant? Harry asked. Transformation. This is the beginning, Luna said. The world will take centuries to fully heal. But it's healing. Because of us. Because of the bond. Because of love. She smiled, that beautiful, transforming smile. Because of love. In the forest clearing, the three Hallows rested on the ancient stone, united at last. They would wait there, Harry knew, for whoever might need them next. But their work was done. The Dark Lord had fallen. Not to death, to life. And the world would never be the same. Chapter 15 A New Magical Era. The sun rose over Hogwarts on a morning unlike any other. Golden light spilled across the grounds, touching the lake until it blazed like liquid fire, warming the ancient stones until they seemed to glow from within. Students gathered on the lawns, teachers stood on the steps, and even the portraits had left their frames to witness what was happening. Magic was changing. Harry felt it in every fiber of his being, a shift so profound it resonated through the bond, through the castle, through the very earth beneath their feet. The deep magic that had slept for centuries was awake now, fully awake, and it was remaking the world. Luna stood beside him, her hand in his, her pale eyes reflecting the golden light. Through the bond, he felt her wonder, and her certainty. This was what they'd been born for. What the bond had been created for. What all the prophecies had pointed toward. It's beautiful, she whispered. Harry nodded, unable to speak. Beautiful didn't begin to describe it. They gathered in the great hall that evening, not for a feast, but for something else. Dumbledore had called them together, all the students and teachers who remained, and also others, ministry officials, foreign dignitaries, representatives from every magical community in Europe. Tom Riddle sat in a corner, guarded but not imprisoned, his human eyes watching everything with an expression no one could quite read. The Death Eaters who'd surrendered were there too, some in chains, some simply present. Trying to understand what had happened to them. Harry and Luna stood at the front, the bond pulsing warm between them, waiting for whatever came next. Dumbledore rose, and the hall fell silent. 24 hours ago, he began, the wizarding world faced its darkest hour. Lord Voldemort, Tom Riddle, stood on the brink of victory, his army at his back, his power absolute. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Names that had been spoken only in whispers for decades were now spoken aloud. And then something happened. Dumbledore's eyes found Harry and Luna. Something that defies explanation. Something that changes everything we thought we knew about magic, about power, about the nature of good and evil. He gestured, and they stepped forward together, still hand in hand. These two students, children, really, did what armies could not. What centuries of dark magic could not prevent. They transformed the darkness rather than destroying it. They showed us that love is not merely a shield, but a weapon. Not merely a comfort, but a force. The hall was utterly silent. Harry Potter and Luna Lovegood share a bond, a soul bond, the likes of which have not been seen in centuries. Through that bond, they channeled the deepest magic of our world and healed what was broken. Not just in Tom Riddle, but in magic itself. Luna spoke then, her voice carrying despite its softness. The bond showed us something. Something we need to share. Harry nodded, picking up the thread. The old way of thinking, good versus evil, light versus dark, it's wrong. Not completely wrong, but incomplete. Darkness isn't something to destroy. It's something to understand, to witness, to transform. Fear creates darkness, Luna continued. Fear of death, fear of weakness, fear of being ordinary. Tom Riddle wasn't born evil, he was born afraid. And that fear was never addressed, never healed, never even seen by anyone who could help. And that's true for so many, Harry added. The Death Eaters who followed him, most were afraid too. Afraid of him, afraid of being powerless, afraid of losing everything. Their darkness came from fear, not from innate evil. Dumbledore nodded slowly. The bond has shown us a different path. A way of dealing with darkness that doesn't require more darkness. A way of healing that doesn't require destruction. The hall erupted into chaos. Questions, protests, arguments, everyone had an opinion. But through it all, Harry and Luna stood together, the bond pulsing warm, and waited. When silence finally returned, it was Tom Riddle who spoke. "They're right." Every eye turned to him. The man who had been Voldemort, who had killed more people than anyone in living memory, stood slowly, his human eyes meeting theirs without flinching. "I was afraid. From the moment I realized I was different, I was terrified. The orphanage, the other children, the adults who looked at me like I was a monster, I learned that power was the only protection. That if I was strong enough, feared enough, I'd never be vulnerable again." His voice cracked, but he continued. "I split my soul because I couldn't face death. I killed because killing made me feel powerful. I destroyed everything good in myself because goodness felt like weakness." Tears streamed down his face. "And I would have kept going, kept destroying, until there was nothing left. Except," he looked at Harry and Luna, "except they showed me something I'd forgotten. That I'd buried so deep I thought it was gone forever. They showed me that I was still human. Still capable of feeling. Still." He stopped, overwhelmed. Luna moved toward him, her hand outstretched. Harry followed, the bond guiding them both. "It's not too late," Luna said softly. "It's never too late to choose differently." Tom took her hand, and through the bond Harry felt what happened next, felt the last resistance crumble, felt the man who had been Voldemort finally, truly, let go. "I choose," Tom whispered. "I choose to try." The months that followed were chaos of a different kind. Trials, reparations, the slow work of rebuilding trust in institutions that had failed so many. Tom Riddle faced justice, not the vengeance many demanded, but something closer to accountability. He would spend the rest of his life in a special facility, not a prison but a place of healing, where he could learn to be human again. Many of his followers followed similar paths. The dark marks on their arms had gone dark, the connection to their master severed by the bond's intervention. Some faced punishment, others were offered rehabilitation. Slowly, painfully, the work of healing began. But the biggest changes were in magic itself. The deep magic that had awakened continued to spread, transforming the world in ways both subtle and profound. Spells worked differently now, more intuitively, more connected to the caster's emotions and intentions. Wands became less essential. Some young witches and wizards found they could perform magic without them entirely. Creatures long thought extinct reappeared in forests and mountains. The merpeople of the lake reported new settlements forming in the depths. Centaurs emerged from the forbidden forest to open dialogue with the castle for the first time in centuries. And at the center of it all, Harry and Luna. They stayed at Hogwarts to complete their education, though both could have left to pursue any path they chose. The bond remained strong, pulsing warm between them, connecting them to the deep magic and to each other. But they weren't the only bonded pair anymore. Slowly, gradually, others began to discover similar connections, not identical, but related. Soul bonds that had lain dormant for centuries began to awaken in response to the deep magic's return. People who had felt incomplete their whole lives suddenly found their other halves. "It's spreading," Luna observed one evening as they sat in the Whispering Gallery, watching the sunset paint the lake in golden rose. "The bond we share, it's like a seed. And now other seeds are sprouting." Harry nodded, feeling the truth of her words through the thread. The world is becoming what it was always meant to be. Not becoming, remembering. The old magic never left, it just got forgotten. Buried under centuries of fear and control and the need to categorize everything. She leaned against him, her head on his shoulder. "We just helped it remember itself." They sat together as the stars emerged, one by one, until the sky blazed with light. Graduation came on a perfect June day, the grounds more beautiful than anyone could remember. Families gathered, speeches were made, and Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the chosen one, the one who'd transformed the Dark Lord, accepted his diploma with tears in his eyes. Beside him, Luna Lovegood accepted hers with that strange, beautiful smile that had become familiar to the entire wizarding world. They stood together afterward, accepting congratulations from people who would never fully understand what they'd done. Ron and Hermione hugged them fiercely, tears streaming. The Weasleys surrounded them like a second family. Even the Malfoys offered stiff but genuine thanks. And then, when the crowds finally thinned, they slipped away together, toward the forest, toward the clearing, toward the place where it had all changed. The Hallows still rested on the ancient stone, untouched, waiting. Harry approached them slowly, Luna at his side. "What do we do with them?" he asked. "They're too powerful to just leave here." "They're not about power anymore," Luna said. "They never were. The Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, the Cloak of Invisibility, they're symbols of what it means to face death without fear." Harry understood. The Hallows didn't need to be hidden or destroyed. They needed to be available, for anyone who needed to learn what he'd learned. He placed his hand on the stone, and through it, he felt his parents' presence, warm, proud, at peace. "We'll leave them here," he said. "For whoever comes next." Luna nodded, adding her hand to his. The bond blazed one final time, not with the urgency of battle, but with the quiet certainty of completion. Together, they turned from the clearing and walked back toward the castle, toward the world, toward a future neither could predict but both were ready to face. That night, in the Whispering Gallery where so much had begun, Harry and Luna stood at the window, watching moonlight dance on the lake. "What happens now?" Harry asked. "For us, I mean. Now that it's over." Luna considered the question with her head tilted in that familiar way. "We live, we love, we help others find what we've found." She turned to him, her pale eyes holding galaxies. "The bond isn't going anywhere, Harry. It's part of us now. Forever. Forever's a long time." "Good." She smiled. "I want a long time with you." He kissed her then, slow and deep, pouring everything he felt into the contact. The thread between them blazed silver and gold, visible now in the darkness, connecting them across any distance, any time, any fear. When they finally pulled apart, the moon had climbed higher and the stars had shifted. "I love you," Harry said. "Not because of prophecy or destiny or ancient magic. Because you're you. Because you see things no one else sees. Because you make the world stranger and more beautiful just by being in it." Luna's eyes glistened. "That's the most romantic thing anyone's ever said to me. Probably the only romantic thing anyone's ever said to you. Probably." She laughed, bright and free. "But it's still perfect." They stood together as the night deepened, two people bound by magic older than time, facing a future brighter than any prophecy could predict. Below them, the castle settled into its eternal rhythms, stones breathing, portraits whispering, magic flowing through every corridor and chamber. The deep magic was awake now, truly awake, and it sang through the ancient walls like a lullaby. In the forest clearing, the Hallows waited on their stone, ready for whoever might need them next. In the special facility where he was learning to be human again, Tom Riddle slept without nightmares for the first time in decades. And across the wizarding world, other bonds were awakening, other connections forming, other hearts finding their matches. A new magical era had begun. Not because darkness had been defeated, but because love had been chosen. Epilogue, 10 years later. The child had Harry's eyes and Luna's smile, a combination that made strangers stop and stare, sensing something extraordinary without understanding why. She sat on the grass of the Hogwarts grounds, watching the castle where her parents had changed the world. In her lap, a small creature with shimmering wings, a baby Nargle, Luna had explained, nuzzled against her fingers. "Mommy," she called, "why is the castle singing?" Luna looked up from the book she was reading, her pale eyes finding her daughter with the particular warmth of a mother who understood magic in ways most couldn't imagine. "It's happy, sweetheart. It knows you're here." The child considered this, then nodded solemnly. "I'm happy too. The castle feels like home." Harry emerged from the forest, his stride easy, his eyes finding his family with the relief of someone who'd spent too long away. The bond pulsed warm between him and Luna, still strong after all these years, still vital, still the center of everything. "The clearing's peaceful," he reported, settling beside them. "The Hallows are waiting." "For who?" their daughter asked. "For whoever needs them next." Harry ruffled her hair, smiling at the Nargle that buzzed protectively around her head. "Maybe you, someday. If you want." The child considered this with the same solemn gravity she applied to everything. "Will I have a bond like yours? When I grow up?" Harry and Luna exchanged a look, the kind of look that only decades of connection could create. "Maybe," Luna said. "Or maybe something different. The magic is still changing, still growing." By the time you're our age, the world will be more wonderful than we can imagine. Good. The child stood, brushing grass from her dress, the nargle settling on her shoulder. I like wonderful. She ran toward the lake, toward the future, toward a world her parents had transformed without ever meaning to. Harry watched her go, Luna's hand in his, the bond pulsing warm between them. Think she'll be okay? He asked. She'll be more than okay. Luna leaned against him, content. She has us. She has the bond. She has a world that's learning to love instead of fear. Harry pressed a kiss to her hair, breathing in the familiar scent of her, forest and starlight and home. A new magical era, he murmured. The best one yet. She smiled, that strange, beautiful smile that had captured his heart on a train ride years ago. And it's only just beginning. Together, they watched their daughter dance along the lake's edge, chasing creatures only she could see, laughing at secrets only she could hear. The bond pulsed warm. The magic sang. And the world, their strange, wonderful, transformed world, opened before them like a flower greeting the sun. The end.